www.bouldercounty.org/families/disease/COVID-19/vaccines. And also we have another announcement. While we are happy to have council members in person today, we want to acknowledge that reflecting COVID precautions, we are not yet able to welcome the community back into council chambers. We are grateful that we have the technology to host a hybrid meeting and have the community join us online. Council members will be able to hear community members who are speaking during open comment and public hearings, and community members will be able to see council members on the dais. Please take it over, Nuria, for further announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and welcome to our incoming newly sworn council members to the meeting. I just wanted to say a brief thank you, and for the benefit of our audience that's watching us, we have been, with the support of our great partners at Boulder County Public Health, complied with the regulations to become a verified, fully vaccinated event. And that is why you will see many of us still with mask on when we're not speaking, because it is still strongly encouraged, given where we are with COVID transmission rates. But when we are not, we will be unmasking to speak, and just appreciate everyone following the protocols. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nuria. And next, please, Alicia, go with the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to our newly elected council members. Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Brockett.
Present.
Folkerts.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weiner.
Present.
Yates.
Delighted to be here.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have our quorum.
Thank you very much. The next item in our agenda is a motion to amend the agenda to add item 1A, Declaration Honoring Transgender Day of Remembrance, and also to move the public hearing item 5A to public hearing item 2A to hold mayor and mayor pro tem elections, which will reorder the agenda, and also add item 9A, discussion on future in-person meetings and 2022 meetings. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if. For the motion, please. The motion has been passed unanimously. Now we will have a declaration in honor of transgender people. Transgender Day of Remembrance, November 20th, 2020. Transgender people in Boulder are valued and important members of our community. Transgender people are more likely to be discriminated against in the area of housing, employment, and healthcare. The City of Boulder will continue to educate and advocate about transgender issues and provide funding for services and programs for transgender community. November 20th of each year, we honor transgender people who have been murdered because of their transgender identity, and we acknowledge the level of extreme violence and fear faced by the transgender people nationally and internationally. The City of Boulder values continuing support for transgender people by directly advocating for transgender cultural competency training, expanding programs for transgender people, and providing access for equal representation of transgender people in the decision-making processes of city government. We, the City of Boulder, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare November 20th as Transgender Day of Remembrance. Do we have anyone to receive this declaration?
I am here. You can hear me. Oh, I think they can hear me. Thank you for the proclamation honoring this somber day of mourning and reflection. Every day, our trans community, local and beyond, faces intense hate, violence, and murder, but they remain strong and resilient. So My name is Juan Reina. I didn't introduce myself, but so on behalf of Out Boulder County's LGBTQ plus community, our trans steering and events committee members and staff, I thank you for this important acknowledgement. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments from council members? No? Okay, great. Thank you. Alicia, do you take us to the next part of the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Next, as amended, we will have item 2A, which will be the public hearing for the mayor and mayor pro tem elections.
Great. Before we head to that, I'd like to lay some of the ground rules and explain what will happen next. In accordance with the Council Rule 6, Section 9, we will now conduct the election of the mayor and mayor pro tem. Council member Brackett and Yates have submitted their hotline posts expressing interest in becoming the next mayor. Council member Friends has submitted her hotline post in becoming mayor pro tem. We will hold the public hearing first, then I will call for nomination for mayor, and second, and if there's no second for a nomination, after nomination for the mayor, I will call for nomination for the mayor pro tem. After all nominations have been made, I will call for a motion and a second to close the nomination. Then I will open the floor to nominated candidates to make a statement if they so choose, as well as any council member. If more than one candidate has been nominated for a position, I will then ask the city clerk to flip a coin to choose whether we go in alphabetical order or reverse alphabetical order to vote on the candidate. We will vote by raising hands. After the mayor election is concluded, we will repeat the voting process for mayor pro tem. After the mayor and mayor pro tem has been elected, the mayor will take over as the chair of this meeting. Now we will go on to the public hearing for the mayor and mayor pro tem. Today we only have 4 speakers. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We have Lynn Siegel, Lila Hickey, Claudia Thiem, and Jill Grano. We'll start with Lynn Siegel.
Junie, I don't yet see Lynn in the meeting.
We can move on to the next person until she comes.
All right, and Lila, I am activating your mute button. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you very much. Council and staff, thank you for your time this evening. It's exciting to realize that when I address council, I'm speaking to several new faces. My name is Lila Hickey. I'm a resident of Boulder, and I'm here to support Erin's candidacy for mayor. In the time I've lived in Boulder, I've had the perhaps dubious pleasure of listening to an awful lot of council meetings, so much so that I've come to feel a familiarity with many members of council. I believe Erin is incredibly well suited for the job. He has a great deal of experience. He's been on council since 2015, but I believe the qualities which truly suit him for this job are his pragmatic desire to solve problems, his thoughtful and meticulous approach in doing so, and the genuine willingness to examine all sides of a problem, which comes from that desire to truly solve it. In short, Erin is the kind of person I wish were running meetings at my office. I believe he would make an incredible mayor, and I urge you to vote for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Next is Claudia Thiem. Claudia?
You should be able to unmute, Claudia.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Claudia Henson Thiem. I live in the Holiday neighborhood. I want to say a few words tonight in support of Erin Brockett for mayor. I was part of the Boulder Progressives group that endorsed Erin's reelection campaign in 2019. And since then, we've had many conversations about issues of mutual concern. Erin has advised me on my own activities, and I consider him a political mentor. But I knew Erin first and continue to know him best as a neighbor in the Wild Sage co-housing community. And I want to share a few impressions from that perspective that I think will complement Erin's long record of public service that most of you are already familiar with. In co-housing, we have a lot of meetings to set policies and priorities and to manage the ins and outs of living together in community. y'all have nothing on us in that regard. And in these settings, I've always found Aaron to be a thoughtful and compassionate listener, even when he has a horse in the race. Aaron facilitates without being in a formal leadership role. He summarizes, he clarifies, he puts points in conversation with each other to arrive at better answers. He wants people to not just be heard, but to feel understood, even when consensus is impossible. This is leadership that Boulder needs. Since joining City Council, Aaron has become our community resource for all things related to local government. And in that role, he's always taken care to inform rather than instruct or lobby. He respects political difference and tries to educate people about resources and processes rather than about his desired outcomes. Wearing an activist hat, sometimes I wish he weren't quite so diplomatic, but he understands and takes seriously his role as a representative, not so much of the city, but of the institution of local participatory democracy. This is also leadership that Boulder needs. Finally, Aaron shows up when there's a community need. We haven't seen as much of him at Wild Sage since he joined City Council, and that's understandable. It's full-time work on top of full-time work. But he does show a deep commitment to being present when presence is what really matters. He joins us at community celebrations. He joins us when we gather to work, and he joins us when we gather to grieve without fail. And as you have all seen, Aaron also does these things for our larger Boulder community. He shows up to witness or participate in the ways that community members ask. And that is how I at least want our city represented in the public eye. We talk about the mayor of Boulder being a leader amongst equals, and that is how I have seen Aaron conduct himself in the 12 years I've known him as a neighbor. I'm grateful that he's stepped forward, and I hope that you will appoint him as mayor for the coming council term. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Jill Grano.
Junie, I do not see Jill or Lynn in the meeting. If either of you are present in the Zoom meeting, if you could raise your hand to let us know, that would be helpful. But otherwise, we may be able to proceed with the meeting at this point.
Thank you. We'll proceed, and if they show up, just let us know. At this time, we will close the public hearing. I will now open the nominations for mayor. Anyone? I'll go ahead. Rachel Friend.
Thanks, Junie. I would be proud to nominate Aaron Brockett for mayor of the city of Boulder. And I do have a few words to say, but I don't know if it's now or later.
You're welcome to speak on the nomination.
Okay, great. And I want to thank Bob Yates as well for being willing to stand for mayor too. He also would serve Boulder dutifully in this role. But back to Aaron. Aaron has served 6 years on council, and Lila and Claudia have expressed well some of Aaron's great qualities. So I'll just add a little bit to what they already said. Having been here for 6 years, he does know our issues and challenges inside and out. He will guide our city with the strongest focus on equity and inclusivity, as well as with kindness. And I'm looking over, and I'm sure this is hard for you to hear, Aaron, because you're so humble, all of the good things that people are saying about you, but I'm going to continue. Communicating and relationship building is a very big part of the mayor's job, and I know from experience working with Aaron that he will excel here. He's a bridge builder, he is pragmatic, he's open to new ideas, he's intellectually curious and smart. He is so efficient that he's always amazingly right on time. He is not going to, as the person running meetings, he will not waste the community's time, I believe at all. And just want to note that we are living through some unusually turbulent times. On top of the hard issues that we are tackling as a city, we have increasing polarization and divisiveness, and we often have sort of all or nothing, win or lose mentalities on the issues that come to us. And Aaron is the opposite of that. He's never quick to anger or judgment. He's calm, he's considerate, he's collaborative. He has good dad jokes for every occasion. I hope he will give us one in his speech. And he leads with his heart, but he fills out the pictures with data and detailed analysis. I think that Aaron is the type of leader that everywhere in this country needs in 2022. So it is my great honor to nominate Aaron Brockett as our next mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Do we have any more nominations?
Yes, I am very pleased and delighted, actually, to nominate my friend Bob Yates for the position of mayor of the city of Boulder. As he has expressed in his expression of interest in applying for this position, we have an abundance of riches this year in that both candidates are eminently qualified and capable of performing the job. I am nominating Bob because I have always found him to be fair, extraordinarily knowledgeable about the issues. If you have read his periodic newsletter, you will almost never fail to learn something or many things about the issues of the day. And that body of knowledge, I think, will serve this community well. In terms of how he interacts with the community, he is always there. He is always prepared to meet with people, to listen to people, and to respond. I have gained a great deal from my friendship and association with Bob, and I believe very strongly that he would make an excellent mayor, and so I am very proud and delighted to put his name in nomination.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak about the nominations of these two council members? No, not at this moment? Okay, great. Is there a motion to close the nomination?
So moved?
Second.
The nominations are now closed. Oh, go ahead. Oh. Thank you. Now we will go to the pro tem nominations. Anyone or council members? Wow, we have several council members. Go ahead, or council member Matt.
I would like to nominate Councilmember Rachel Friend for the position of Mayor Pro Tem. Rachel's been on council now for 2 years, but I think she's demonstrated and shown that she's probably been here for longer than that. You know, she's an attorney, a mom, and she's one of the most selfless people that we have on council, and really is the epitome of fighting for those who don't have a voice. She's demonstrated a clear understanding of our process and procedures, and is clear in providing guidance to make this body here a more effective and more inclusive group. You know, between all of that, coupled with the fact that, you know, her husband and one of her kids is an ER doc and nurse, I think Rachel's going to provide a unique perspective to help lead us through the pandemic and beyond. And so I'm just really humbled with the opportunity to nominate you for Mayor Pro Tem, because I think you're doing an outstanding job.
Anyone else would like to speak on the nominations? All right. Is there a motion to close the nominations?
So moved.
Is there a second? The nominations are now closed. Would the candidates like to make a statement? Please.
Well, I put everything into my hotline post, but I just want to say I'm grateful and humbled for the very kind words that Rachel and the folks in the public hearing said, and also thank Bob for his candidacy.
I'll keep it short as well. First of all, as I said in my hotline post, and as Mark just said, I think there's an abundance of riches. I think actually many people on this dais could serve as mayor or mayor pro tem, and so I really appreciate Aaron and Rachel stepping up and volunteering that, and I hope that everyone on this dais does have that opportunity. Mark, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it very much, and Aaron, good luck to you. I know you'll make a great mayor.
Any of the council members are interested in speaking on the nominations?
I will just say briefly that I also put my intent and feelings about this nomination in my hotline post, and will not belabor us with more statements, but it would be an honor to be Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a comment, just that I've worked with Councilmember Yates and Councilmember Barkett, and I can say those are two well-qualified candidates, but as well, they're just great and decent human beings, and it's been really, you know, I've been very grateful to have served with these two, because COVID has really impacted our community, and here we are still standing, and we're still working hard to protect the community. So I'm grateful to have these two people who was here before me, before I started. So I'm grateful to both of you. And also, I just want to say to Rachel, and thank you for putting yourself forward, because that's what leadership is about. It's not about having all the answers, but it's about stepping up, even when you don't know what that leadership will look like and what will be the challenges that you will face moving forward. So thank you for putting yourself forward. And now we will move on to the vote for the mayor. Since we have 2 candidates, the clerk will now flip a coin to determine whether the vote is alphabetical, heads, or reverse alphabetical, on which candidates will vote on first, Brackett or Yates.
You will have the flat irons as head and the values as tail.
There will be one overtime period.
So tail is which of the candidates? We'll go for Yates first. So we will now vote on the mayor. All those in favor of Councilmember Yates, please raise your hands. Thank you. We have 3 council members for Yates. Now, all those in favor of Councilmember Aaron, please raise your hands. Councilmember Aaron Brackett has 6 votes. So with all that said, congratulations. Our council member, Aaron Brackett, has been elected mayor of the Boulder City Council. Congratulations. All right, great. This was really exciting. Please.
Do you mind if I just
Yes.
real quickly, this is an extraordinary honor, and I will do my very best to live up to the trust that you all are placing in me tonight. And thanks again, Bob, for your candidacy, and I know that we'll work very closely together in the upcoming council. And I'll have a lot to learn taking on this new role, and I look to all of you to help guide me as we move forward. So thank you. Thanks so much.
This was really exciting. So now we have the Mayor Pro Tem elections. All in favor of Rachel Friend for Mayor Pro Tem, please raise your hands. We have a unanimous vote for Rachel as Mayor Pro Tem, and congratulations, Rachel.
Thank you, Junie. I have just a couple of words. I want to thank Matt Benjamin for the kind words that he said in nominating me. And also to Junie and Bob, thank you for role modeling the Mayor Pro Tem position for the last 2 years. You both did an excellent job. And I'm looking forward to just supporting Mayor Brackett and this council and city staff and the community in this role as best I can. So I appreciate the opportunity and the honor. And I do have one bookkeeping item, if this is the right time to bring it up, which is, yeah, good enough. I am currently the rotating member of CAC. And so if I having become Mayor Pro Tem, somebody's gonna have to sub in for the next 4, as that is my obligation till the end of the year. Would this be the right time to discuss that, or do we want to put it under matters?
I think this is for the mayor for once. I think we have to adjourn this part of the meeting, and then you both take over to have that discussion. So should I do a motion to end this part of the meeting and reopen?
You can say, the mayor can take his seat.
Thank you. So this part of the meeting is over. Please, Mayor, come over and take your seat.
All right. Well, here we go. So I believe, Alicia, our next bit is open comment. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, well, let's get to it. We have 20 people signed up. They'll get 2 minutes each. Bear with me as I do this for the first time. So we are going to start with Jacob Payne, Ambika Kamath, and Nisha Schnepp.
And Aaron, we're going to, we typically do the meeting
So,
rules.
Brenda, we're not able to hear you up here.
Oh, we typically do the meeting rules before we start
great.
open comment.
Let's do that. Meeting
So
rules.
I will share my
I
screen.
also just wanted to add that I got a text from a community member asking us all to lean in that we're hard to hear.
That is good to know. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Brenda, should we not be able to hear you up here?
I'm trying to balance the needs of Channel 8 with the needs of the room, so I will do my best to do both at the same time. I'll put on my
No worries, sounds good.
theater voice. So these are the rules for our meetings this evening to make sure that we all can stay engaged and in a productive atmosphere together. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes that led to it, please visit our website and search Productive Atmospheres. For some examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision, these will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited, and participants are required to sign up to speak using the full name they're commonly known by, and individuals must display that name before being allowed to speak online. If you see your name does not read that way, please reach out to me in the Q&A, and I am happy to help you out. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. And with that, new Mr. Mayor, we are ready to begin.
Thanks so much, Brenda. So let's get on with open comment.
Oh, sorry, that was me.
No worries. Okay, so our first 3 speakers tonight are Jacob Payne, Ambika Kamath, and Nisha Schnepp.
Jacob, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can.
Great. Hello, my name is Jacob Payne, and I'm a Boulder City resident. I'm here to speak to Council about concerns for housing insecurity in our city and ask City Council to consider taking immediate action to improve our situation. I chose to move to Boulder from Atlanta, Georgia, where I grew up, because of the great resources and civic culture here in Boulder. We live in a really unique city with remarkable public transit and infrastructure for our size. However, I've noticed that housing presents an outsized issue in our city as well. Boulder has made impressive forward-looking decisions about our open space and city layout, and it's time to make changes to housing rules as well, to create a broad plan that considers all of our residents with equitably addresses the unique housing needs of our city. If we want to preserve our parkland and open spaces, we need to allow for healthy density improvements to keep Boulder livable. I'm excited by the potential for the next year and our new council members to help make Boulder's housing laws more socially just for all people. While we work toward achieving that shared goal, please take action now to help lift people up and protect them from harm. The eviction crisis in the US is not over. Taking action now will prevent compounding factors from hurting our community. COVID-19 is again on the rise, with a 14% gain in national daily cases over the last 2 weeks. And as winter weather begins to set in, the risks of housing insecurity are much more severe. I am asking for a 6-month suspension on enforcement of unrelated people living together while we work together to make long-term reforms to housing in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, Ambika Kamath, Nisha Schnepf, and Eric Budd.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ambika. I'm a relatively new resident of Boulder and a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. I'm joining others here in asking for a 6-month suspension on enforcement against unrelated people living together as City Council works to develop longer-term reforms. I'm really excited that our City Council is looking to prioritize occupancy reform, and I have a lot of confidence that you will act to improve housing availability and affordability in Boulder. But I'm a scientist and I know how hard it can be to collect unbiased data, even in the best of circumstances, let alone in a situation like ours, where people do not feel free to speak up out of fear. In the current climate of fear around enforcement against overoccupancy, I worry that it's going to be very hard for council to collect data to truly understand the negative impact of our harsh occupancy laws on the current residents of Boulder. With the suspension of enforcement that we are asking for, which is very similar to the executive order suspending limits on house sharing issued by the governor last year, residents of Boulder will be able to come forward to freely share their stories with City Council about housing in Boulder without fear of legal repercussions. People will feel free to share their best ideas for how we can make housing better, more affordable, and more available in the city. The suspension we're asking for will allow for council to envision and enact truly democratic occupancy reform that will make Boulder accessible to all of us, including those of us that aren't wealthy and do not live in traditional family arrangements. This is essential as we strive to make Boulder more welcoming of all kinds of diversity. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Ambika. Nisha Schnepf, Eric Budd, and then Patrick Murphy, please.
Hi, my name is Nisha. I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People and a homeowner in South Boulder. I'm asking City Council to enact a 6-month suspension on enforcement of unrelated people living together as longer-term reforms are developed. I find it deeply problematic that enforcement of city code is currently so unequal. I have seen code enforcement drive down my street many times in the past several years. A few times, the officers stopped at working class houses that had too many cars, but drove by the houses of well-to-do retirees, even though they had several cars in their driveway and long trailers or RVs permanently parked on the street. A few years ago, the neighbors living across the street from me got evicted, and another neighbor living in a street-parked RV was forced to move. It's not fair that wealthier people or people who bought their home decades ago should get more access to public parking, with working class people having to defend not only their parking spot, but often also their housing. This past election showed that occupancy limits and affordable housing are huge issues to many in Boulder. I urge the City Council to seriously work on these problems, but to do so in a way where all members of our community can join the conversation. No one should be afraid of repercussions like getting evicted or fined, by being able to participate in shaping policy that will impact them. Our city's government needs to work to repair the lack of trust it's earned from working class people. To both rebuild trust and improve equal participation in democracy, I ask you to suspend enforcement on unrelated people living together while considering these longer-term reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, we have Eric Budd, Patrick Murphy, and Margaret Lecomte.
Hello, my name is Eric Budd. I'm a co-lead on the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. We've been working on this campaign for almost 2 years now, in the most recent iteration. And tonight we are asking for a nod of 5 from the City Council to have the city manager and the city suspend occupancy limit enforcement while longer-term reforms are being made. So for some context, in 2015, 2016, I was involved heavily with the Boulder Community Housing Association, which worked on the cooperative housing ordinance that was ultimately passed in 2017. At that time, the city suspended occupancy limits to protect people who were going to benefit from that process. And we're asking for something very similar from the city tonight. That process took nearly 2 years, and the final result of the legislation and ordinance that resulted from that is something that hardly works at all. We have only created 1 or 2 new cooperatives through this process, and essentially, we created something that was really barely functional. And so, we are asking for a 6-month suspension on this because we would like the city to take some urgency and build off of the massive outreach that we've done over the past 2 years in the election, the issue that was put forward by our campaign in the election over occupancy. So, we know that off-year election turnout doesn't represent the whole city. One thing you all should know is that our measure got about 48% of the vote this year. And only 49% of registered voters turned out in this election compared to 2020 when 92% of active voters turned out in the election. And so we want to make sure that the city protects people right now and that we can move ahead with reforms that include everyone in the city, and particularly those people who are directly affected, and are housing insecure because of this discriminatory law. Our team spoke at nearly every open comment in 2020, and we just want you to know that we are super excited to have a council that will lead with compassion and will represent those who have not had a voice in our community for so long. So thank you so much for listening to our request.
Thank you, Eric. Next is Patrick Murphy, Margaret Lecomte, and Laura Tyler.
We are currently having trouble with Mr. Murphy's presentation, Aaron. So perhaps we could move to the next speaker while we see if we can't get that downloaded appropriately.
Patrick, if you don't mind, we'll wait for you for one more person while we get the presentation set up. So that's then Margaret Lecomte next.
You should be able to unmute, Margaret.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I want to congratulate the new members of the council and the new leadership. And I want to ask that you take seriously the wisdom and expertise of community residents who have been urging more transparency, public participation, more democratic and inclusive processes for decision-making, and more collaboration. To that end, we ask you to listen to the nearly 10,000 people who signed petitions challenging the provisions of the annexation proposal for CU South. This fight over annexation is not over. We ask you to look at the climate change, negative climate change impacts right here, right now in Boulder by not paving over the South Boulder Creek floodplain with concrete. More concrete will only increase flood risk, not decrease it. We don't need another campus in the face of declining enrollments nationwide for CU. We would like for you to reevaluate the entire annexation proposal in light of the city's climate change agenda. Right now, right here in Colorado, Estes Park people are being evacuated because of a new wildfire. Right here, right now in Washington State and British Columbia, increasing flooding has closed Highway 1 and is causing people to lose their lives in flooding. We really need to look at the annexation agreement and go back to the 2001 recommendations for South Boulder Creek's floodplain by Gilbert White that called for the natural use of the whole floodplain as a way to more naturally prevent the kinds of flooding that we had in 2013. We really want you to examine the annexation agreement, or we will seek to repeal it for you. We ask you to put the referendum that you have before you on the ballot for 2022. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that, Margaret. Can we go to Patrick Murphy's presentation now?
We can. Give me just one moment to share. And Patrick.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. I attended the first public Zoom meeting of the Boulder Excel Advisory Panel. If we do this right, it'll work. If not, will be repeating the wasted decade and $30 million of the Muni. I don't think all the 18 members of the panel attended this first meeting, but thanks to those who did. The Muni had advisory panels as well, and we can see how ineffective they were to reality check the Muni. In summary, my opinion of the first meeting was that there's still a tendency to forget the mandate for speed, the equity filter, and as Greta Thunberg would say, a mandate for no more blah, blah, blah. Fortunately, some on the panel had the nerve to speak up about the direction of the panel. For example, the first two advisory panel priorities were number one, 100% renewables, and number two, building electrification. Fortunately, the 100% renewables goal can include absolutely everything. The building electrification goal is out of position and shouldn't even begin until the electric grid is mostly renewables rather than coal and gas. A 100% electrified building today, or car for that matter, that's connected to the grid without solar or wind source is a whole lot of coal and gas burning. Wind incentives were never discussed, and that indicates a blind spot by the controllers of the panel. The carbon tax that Boulder's collecting and is misappropriating is also never discussed. Carbon tax should be used for carbon reduction, but that's not what it's primarily used for. That fact has not sunk into City Council yet. More details on that next time. The planet burns, floods, and dies while Boulder fiddles. We need wind incentives, solar incentives, RECs, and energy use reduction. Fast, or risk panic soon.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Laura Tyler, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Robert Smoke.
Hi, my name's Laura Tyler. I'm with the South Boulder Creek Action Group. I'm here to welcome and congratulate Mark Wallach, Matt Benjamin, Nicole Spear, Lauren Folkerts, and Tara Weiner. Congratulations on your successful campaigns. I want to offer a special thanks to those of you who took a clear position of support on annexing CU South for flood mitigation. This is exactly what good leadership does. You learn about an issue, you take a clear position, and then you engage in the art of education and persuasion to bring the community along with you. This is hopeful, it's beautiful, it's very difficult work. It takes guts, and I honor you. And because ballot issue 302 did fail 57 to 43, that's a 13-point split, I do feel hopeful that our community is ready to move forward with reducing flood risk, supporting housing and transit through the annexation of CU South. So I wish you all well. I wish you so much success in your work on council this year. And please know that members of South Boulder Creek Action Group are standing by to support and help as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next is Sarah Dawn Haynes, Robert Smoke, and Kevin McWilliams.
Howdy do. This is Sarah Dawn Haynes. I'm a South Boulder resident and an organizer, volunteer, supporter with Bedrooms Are for People. I was also a 4-year organizer for co-ops with Boulder Community Housing Association. And I'm also a co-op-er. I was recently presented with our permit recertification, and we considered not doing it. The cost is $645, and it comes with a 70-page application. And while we commonly have 6 people, we currently only have 5 in our 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house. We have 1 car, my plug-in hybrid. My housemates are trans, immigrants. Some are facing crisis in health. Educators, nonprofit employees, hourly workers, and we can't afford to risk our housing or the fines that come with it, and we'll submit the permit. But we shouldn't have to do so much to live in this city. We lost the Radish Co-op this year. It's a devastating loss for the queer community. What if they didn't have to fundraise and spend weeks to months on a permit? Would they have survived? I believe our council can afford to offer a nod of 5 to suspend occupancy limits enforcements for 6 months and that we can make a better policy that reflects our housing, climate, and racial and inclusivity goals. Thank you for your work on this. I know this is a hard dilemma that we sit with because we have a lot of work to do. So thank you. Bye. And congrats, everybody.
Thanks, Sarah Dawn. Next, we have Robert Smoke, Kevin McWilliams, and Blake Stone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. You can?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. My name is Rob Smoke. I've been a Boulder resident most of the last 35 years. I guess right now I just say I'm a resident of Colorado. I have just a brief comment. I know that when council passes rules or laws or regulations or whatever, generally there's some agreement that we give the thing time to work. Okay. And I know that the last council passed a mandatory jail term for someone having a tent. I think they might have to be a repeat offender with the tent. But in any case, I think that kind of law is inherently discriminatory and generally an abuse, and encourages the wrong kind of attitude across our city and our community. And I would add that the death of an infant and her mother in weather that we know is only going to get worse, but we know was bad weather, that has to be the thing that substitutes, in this case, for giving a law a chance. Somebody with a tent, might be $100 tent, is in a much better chance of surviving a very cold night than somebody who doesn't have one. And it is that simple. And yeah, if you want to crack down, and I heard that term used so many times by members of a certain group in Boulder, if you want to crack down, yeah, I think it's okay to crack down on people who are violating laws like, theft or whatever. But cracking down on somebody with a tent is just wrong. It's just wrong in a basic sense. And that's what I have to share tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Kevin McWilliams, Blake Stone, and Harlan Savage.
Hi, this is Kevin McWilliams. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I have been a resident of Boulder since 2001 when I moved here for college, and I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the new members of the City Council, as well as those who are continuing on in their service of our great city. And I very much appreciate the work that y'all are doing. I know it's not easy. I'd actually like to relay a sort of personal experience around the occupancy issue, which has been discussed by others here. And that is that I have lived nearly my entire time in Boulder over occupied in one way or another. And so I've been subject to the negative effects of this ordinance for quite some time. And as a matter of fact, I've had two different times that had occupancy violations, once in 2015 and once in 2018. And in both cases, we did not have any notion that our neighbors had an issue with us. There were no complaints about parking or noise or garbage or any of those other normal nuisance issues. The first sign we had of it was that there was a yellow code enforcement ticket on our door. And then soon enough, the police and the code enforcement people coming through our house and searching our house, looking at numbers of toothbrushes, how many bedrooms there were, and so on. So I would just like to point out to the members of the council who maybe haven't experienced this kind of thing that it is really trying to live for a long time in fear of your own city and of the law enforcement of your own city, because you're choosing to live with people that you want to live with and trying to make your housing situation affordable in a city that really has issues with housing affordability. And furthermore, I'd like to point out that it seems really unfair and unequal to continue evicting people or subjecting them to this kind of enforcement while there's a crisis like COVID happening. So I strongly support a moratorium on the occupancy enforcement until such time as the council figures out a way to relieve this pressure. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Blake Stone, Harlan Savage, and Max Hollingsworth.
Hi there. My name is Blake Stone, and I'm a professional hospital chaplain at Boulder Community Hospital, where we are currently experiencing a peak in this pandemic. I have been working in elder care in Boulder for the last 8 years. I've lived in Boulder 17 years, and for many of those years, housing was a major issue in my life. I lived in a 4-bedroom house with 3 other professional adults, each of us working and engaging in Boulder and our neighborhood. During that time, we were harassed by the city twice for over-occupancy when our neighbors sold their houses to real estate investors. I guess I just want to say, look, Boulder, I really love taking care of your elderly parents. I love helping you through crisis events. I've even worked in the homeless shelter for COVID positive people, but could you please legalize my housing? I'm queer, I don't have family, and I love living with housemates because at heart, I'm a communal person. I've been involved in the occupancy and co-op reform on the periphery for many years because I didn't want to expose my housing situation to city authorities and further endanger my housing situation. As I now live alone for the time being, I feel safe to speak out more and give a voice to the many others who are currently afraid to speak for fear they will be evicted or flagged by the city. Today, I'm asking the City Council to allow the executive order by Governor Polis, who lives in Boulder, to suspend or eliminate restrictions on occupancy levels. Thank you all so much for listening and the work you do for our city, and congratulations to our new City Council members.
Thank you, Blake. Next, we have Harlan Savage, Max Hollingsworth, and Carol Dressley.
Am I unmuted? Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay. First, I want to thank council for this opportunity to address you all on the matter of the annexation of the South Boulder Creek floodplain. I want to echo some of the concerns that Margaret Lecomte made, starting with reminding you and that there is a referendum that on the ballot for 2022. And this, this fight is far from over. In fact, I remember that one council member at one point told me that the only way to get council's attention was to get 10,000 people fired up. And that is in fact what happened. Safe South Boulder, which I'm involved in, and Plan Boulder, managed to get 10,000 signatures for the ballot initiative, which did fail, and the referendum, which we hope will stay on the ballot for 2022. And I think that's a strong signal that there is a large contingent in this community that is very concerned about the agreement. I do not see that the annexation agreement is of very little benefit to the city. And I think that in terms of even flood mitigation, that we're not getting a good deal. 30% of a 100-year flood that fails to account for climate change is not a good solution. A better solution is a land exchange that would give CU more of what it wants while protecting one of the last intact floodplains in Boulder County. I think I encourage you all to look at what's happened so far, study up.
Harlan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
This option is anyway, because this issue is not going to bed, and we are still going to be working on this for the foreseeable future. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Harlan. Next, we have Max Hollingsworth, Carol Dressley, and Alex Weinheimer.
Hello, Council. My name is Max Hollingsworth. I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People, and I'm a grad student at CU Boulder. It's not easy to live in Boulder on grad student wages. We don't get paid very much, and housing in this city costs a lot. I'm keeping my head above water because I'm supported by my family, and I found my way into a few good paying internships. Having housing stability has allowed me to focus on what I'm here for, which is to learn a lot, to teach, and to do good research. That's the basic opportunity which all of us grad students want. But having a family with the means to support me and being in a field that has good paying internships is a rarity for most grad students. And it shouldn't be a prerequisite to participate in the great higher education that this city has to offer. Many of my friends and colleagues have to live overoccupied and thus live illegally just to afford housing. I can't count the number of grad students that I know who are living overoccupied currently. This isn't a new problem, but it's a problem that a pragmatic city council could finally fix. For this reason, I'm asking you all, the council members, for an immediate 6-month moratorium of enforcing evictions on unrelated people living together. This 6-month moratorium would provide immediate security to all those who are currently living in fear of being evicted. And this time should be used by the council to pass laws to finally fix an issue that so many in my community face. From arts and humanities to medicine and STEM, the CU Boulder grad population is over 6,000 people and is an important part of the city that you all represent. I'd argue that this is exactly the diverse population, professionals, experts, and scholars that you should try and keep here in Boulder, help make feel welcome, and not just let them pass through. The city has a lot to benefit from doing whatever it can to ease the housing instability that many face. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Max. Next, we have Carol Dressley, Alex Weinheimer, and Aidan Cook.
Carol, you should be able to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm also here to speak on the issue of occupancy numbers. My husband and I are retired. We're in our 70s, and my entire life, nearly always, I've lived in community. We bought our house in Table Mesa that had an ADU in place, and we did that in order to afford the rent. My husband, even though he has just retired from 44 years teaching at UCD, never hit 6 figures, and there are probably very few people who aren't in the 6-figure category who live on our street. We've been through having the ADU as a constant source of income and have had wonderful, wonderful experiences with people from all over the world staying with us and with whom we're still in touch. When we became empty nesters on a third of an acre with 6 bedrooms upstairs, we sometimes had housemates, sometimes did Airbnb, sometimes VRBO. And a couple of times there were glitches even in the advertising, and I was dragged into court there in Boulder and mentioned our story. And after, being told, oh, we understand, but the law is the law, and you owe us a fine as well as court fees. It was like the last straw. We've had up to 25 vehicles in front of our house, from up to 3 scrapers at a time, going from what used to be simple, affordable housing to mega $1 million houses. It doesn't seem to be a problem to the city that we can have up to 25 vehicles parked there, but for us quiet people in our home, living our private lives, for some reason, it seems none of anybody's business how many guests or how many people we have
Carol?
in our home.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Next, we have Alex Weinheimer, Aidan Cook, and Ryan Schuchart.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Weinheimer, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. In the midst of our ongoing housing crisis, there's a clear need to identify solutions that will increase access to affordable and workplace housing. While you all, as a new council, work together to set your collective housing priorities and with city staff to develop a work plan that includes housing solutions, I encourage you to enact a 6-month suspension on occupancy enforcement. This short pause will allow important work items to progress while ensuring our discriminatory occupancy limits don't have negative impacts on people in our city who want to or need to live in a communal setting. This is especially important as the pandemic continues and we adjust to the increasing costs of housing and living. Over time, our policies have made Boulder a less livable place, with fewer convenient or even viable housing options for most people. We have lengthening commutes and other travel trips, which not only strain our transportation network, but work directly against our climate emergency goals. In the coming 2 years, I encourage you to work together and seek solutions that will increase housing options across the city. By giving people more choice in where they can live, I hope we can create more inclusive neighborhoods, reduce our vehicle miles traveled, and support the growth of walkable 15-minute neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Next, we have Aiden Cook, Ryan Schuchart, and Kristen Hess.
Hello, my name is Aiden, and I'm one typical case of someone who would be brought into the process by council passing an occupancy eviction moratorium. I was born in Boulder, and I've spent my whole life here, minus 2 years away. I've been extremely fortunate economically, and I'm literally the only one of my friends from high school who has been able to afford to stay here and buy a home. And even then, I couldn't have made it work without renting out rooms in my house. Fortunately, that's compatible with my lifestyle. Because of climate change, I've chosen not to have children of my own, but I do want to have a family. And I currently live in a house in Boulder with my domestic partner and 4 other people. These are long-term members of our household, and we operate as a family, sharing food costs and chores around the house. Many residents of Boulder choose to live this way, either to afford the city or to create community or both, but nobody knows how many because folks like us live in fear of eviction. One unusual circumstance sets my household apart and enables me to speak honestly to you tonight. Because we're a more stable household, we made the decision to make our family status formal, and we actually underwent a formal adoption process under Colorado law. So I've legally adopted 3 of my housemates to protect us from eviction, which is silly, but also kind of an example of how the absurdity that we've been pushed to by Boulder's exclusionary housing laws. This solution is not practical for everyone. And all residents of Boulder deserve the same safety, security, and peace of mind in our housing that we have. So I'm asking the council tonight to take a major step in that, guaranteeing that by approving the moratorium so that people like us can be included in the long-term process of reforming these exclusionary laws. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aiden. Next, we have Ryan Schuchart, Kristen Hess, and Dan Williams.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ryan Schuchart. I'm a Boulder resident. I'm also a member of the Transportation Advisory Board, but speaking here on behalf of myself. First, congratulations to the new council members. I've been so inspired by all of the attention I have heard in the campaign given to climate action, transportation equity, and inclusivity. And I'm really just so excited to have you and the new council representing Boulder. And I'm here tonight to that effect to support the 6-month suspension on enforcement of unrelated people living together until longer term reforms are developed. I was personally drawn to this issue as an advocate for climate compatible transportation, but came to learn that an even better reason to relax our occupancy limits and the enforcement of them is that it's the right thing to do. And that's because the limits are discriminatory, exclusionary, and they don't reflect the kind of welcoming of people that are so important to the future of Boulder. There are so many people left out by the current situation. People who want to rent single rooms because they can't afford to do otherwise, those who like the idea of living together cooperatively for the sake of doing so, those who don't own a home and are looking for housing in the rental market, which is statistically a population that is much less white than average, those who live in homes that are overoccupied and who are not full parties to leases that provide for their complete rights and responsibilities, and people who own homes who would like the opportunity to support and live with any of the above folks that I've mentioned. There's so much need and interest in this from around the community. And if you combine that, excuse me, with the fact that we are in an eviction crisis and a COVID crisis, it's not the right time for the city to be enforcing limits on housing occupancy. I ask you to support the 6-month suspension on enforcement of unrelated people living together. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Next is Kristen Hess, Dan Williams, and Heather Bowler.
Hello, my name is Kristen, and I'm a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of the 6-month suspension on the enforcement of unrelated people living together as longer term reforms are developed. It is very challenging to find affordable shared housing in Boulder. Personally, as a graduate student, I struggled to find a 3-bedroom. Sorry.
No worries.
My document closed. Let's see. I struggled to find a 3-bedroom option to live legally as 3 unrelated people in Boulder. Much of the available housing has unequal bedrooms, like 2 good-sized rooms and 1 very small closet-sized room. The difficulty to find housing for 3 unrelated people leads to looking for more bedrooms, for more space, and more occupants for affordability. Everyone wants to live legally, but affordable, comfortable, and legal housing options are very limited in Boulder. I support a 6-month suspension on the enforcement of unrelated people living together as we actively work together toward creating housing solutions. This suspension would provide housing security for residents impacted by the reforms that will be under development over the next 6 months. Moreover, this 6-month suspension also keeps people in their current living situation, which has known benefits for reducing COVID-19 transmission rates. As the weather gets colder and more people gather indoors, there's an expected increase in the spread of COVID-19. Not only will this suspension provide the time necessary to develop long-term reforms, but it will also benefit the public health of Boulder residents and visitors during a global pandemic.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Dan Williams, and then the last speaker is Heather Boulder.
Well, hi, good evening, City Council. I'm Dan Williams. In 2020, I served as legal counsel for Bedrooms Are for People, and until recently, I was a candidate for City Council. I'm here tonight to talk with you about occupancy limit reform, and a supermajority of you have expressed support for modifying occupancy limits, and I want to thank you for that. I think that's important and great for our city. Tonight, I would urge you that tonight, you direct staff through a nod of 5 to pause enforcement of occupancy limits while you do your work for at least the next 6 months. I'll say on the campaign trail, one of the loudest arguments I heard against Bedrooms Are for People is that it would allow investors or encourage investors to buy properties in reliance on getting rid of occupancy limits and then subdivide properties or build new bedrooms on properties. The great thing about taking a pause tonight through a nod of 5 is that won't happen. A developer is not, or an investor is not going to buy a house in reliance on a pause because they won't know what your ultimate reforms to occupancy limits are. Similarly, a landlord isn't going to build new bedrooms in a home based on a pause from a nod of 5, knowing you're about to enact a new ordinance on occupancy limits. So it's just, frankly, in some ways, it's the best of both worlds. You can immediately pause occupancy limits without the fear of the loudest objection to the bedrooms measure, which is that investors are going to start buying up properties or landlords are going to start modifying homes. So you just have this amazing opportunity tonight during a pandemic to do something right to prevent people from ending up on the street and prevent housing insecurity without the downsides that the Boulder voters were concerned about with respect to the bedrooms measure. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Dan. Next is Heather Boulder.
Heather, you should be able to unmute.
Chelsea's sweet.
Hello. Hello, my name is Heather Boulder, and congratulations to all of the new members of council, and welcome and thank you to all of you for the hard work that you put in for our city all year round. And I am here tonight to please ask council to consider a 6-month suspension on the enforcement of people unrelated to each other living together and sharing housing in the city of Boulder. I've been a volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People for almost, well, 2 years now. And in that time, it has been really wonderful to meet the students and other folks who are actually living overoccupied. And it always amazed me that I would be talking to people who didn't even realize that they were living overoccupied. And in this time, when we want people securely housed, with COVID-19 still raging through our communities, we want people in stable housing. And this moratorium would allow council to consider how that first line of defense for folks, flexible housing, being able to share housing, is the first way that organizations like EFA and Out Boulder have said, when someone enters a monetary crisis, they seek out housing with their friends or neighbors to share. And that is how we keep people securely housed for now, while council considers this issue further.
Thank you, Heather. And with that, that brings us to the end of open comment. Nuria or Sandra, do you have any responses?
I don't have one necessarily at this time, Mayor, but I just appreciate everyone calling in and their thoughtful remarks.
Great.
Sorry about that. I didn't have my microphone on. I did want to address, I think, one of the comments that I believe I heard, and just to clarify, there isn't a mandatory jail sentence on any camping violations. All general offenses in our criminal code have a potential of up to 90 days jail and a fine, but there is nothing that is required or mandatory related to any of our violations.
Thanks for that clarification. Junie.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question. My understanding was back in maybe 2020, right after the pandemic, that we were not either ticketing or essentially if there is an occupancy regulation violation, it would go to the landlord as opposed to the tenant. Is that correct?
Looks like we have Jacob popping up to answer that question.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to
do.
invite him as my mic wasn't working.
We do, and thank you, Mayor Brockett, and thank you, Junie, for the question. So I had a slight bandwidth issue at the beginning of your question, but I think what you were asking about is about how occupancy is enforced and does it go to the landlord? Was that correct, Junie?
That is correct, but my understanding as well that at some point the city, maybe I don't want to speak on something that may not be true, but that was my understanding that we were not ticketing tenants. We were instead giving the tickets to the landlord.
So first of all, that is correct. And I'll just provide you with a very, very brief overview of the process, since obviously this is a key discussion. If the city, first of all, the city staff does not proactively enforce the occupancy aspect of the zoning code. If we only respond to complaints. If the city receives a complaint, investigates, and the property is found to be overoccupied, we serve a notice in order for the property to the owner of the property, for that property to be brought into compliance with the zoning regulation. Also, the city does not evict occupants. We don't show up and remove people from dwellings. We utilize a quasi-judicial process to enforce code violations against the property owner. It may result in civil penalties to the owner and potentially a reduction in the number of occupants. In all the cases known to my staff in the past several years, we have worked with the owner and the tenants to have them find alternative safe housing if tenants are required to relocate and to move without the need for a formal eviction. Our goal in every case is to compassionately work to avoid any eviction proceedings. So we work with the owner. The penalties go to the owner, not to the occupant.
Does that answer your question, Junie?
Thank you.
Good. Anybody else? So Rachel?
Thanks, Aaron. I wanted to note really briefly, Kristen, who spoke and had the glitch in her, I don't know, word shutting down. I just wanted to say I appreciated you fighting through that glitch. It's happened to all of us, and you finished strong. So thanks for working through that. And then I wanted to address the request for us to suspend enforcement of occupancy limits and make a proposal, which is that in my 2 years here, I've learned that we are loath to do things like that's considered a surprise on the night of a vote. So I wondered if it might be advisable for us to ask for CAC to schedule this on November 30th, maybe notify for that so that we have time for people to work through it and get some information from staff on any safeguards we might want to include or I don't know, pitfalls we might not be seeing. I've been advocating for us to suspend enforcement during pandemic for like a year or more. So I'm supportive of what people said, but I also think process-wise, we might do well to ask CAC to schedule this.
So I've got Bob and then Mark, but I also want to hear from Nuria as well.
Yeah, I want to second what Rachel said. Rachel, thank you very much. I think that is the right process. I know that there's urgency here. I don't think that anyone wants to delay that, but there are probably other people in the community who may have views, and we should probably give them an opportunity for a hearing and let folks know what we might be doing. And it also gives staff a little bit of time to pull together some of the questions, good questions that were asked. And so I agree with Rachel that we should have CAC schedule this as quickly as possible and tee this up for a public hearing or some sort of process so that community members can be heard and staff can advise us.
Thanks. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, my question is for Jacob. You still there? Okay, thank you. Jacob, as if citations or fines are levied against the landlord, obviously to come into compliance, there are going to be some reductions in tenancy and willing or unwilling relocations of tenants. Do we have any idea or what the order of magnitude is of the number of tenants that have had to be relocated as a result of over-occupancy enforcement?
Thank you for the question. I don't know or have at my disposal at the moment the number of tenants who have been relocated, but that information can be gathered. So we could have that back to you as soon as possible. I don't have it on hand at the moment. I do have the number of cases that we've looked into in 2021 on hand, but not the number of tenants who have been displaced. But we can find that for you.
Yeah, and we can do that in the context of the scheduling and the hearing on this. I thank you.
Great, happy to do it.
So, got more. Nicole and then Rachel.
Just have another question for you, Jacob, and this is around kind of a follow-up to Mark's question. One of the things that I noticed with this, Bedrooms Are for People measure, as well as with all the people who spoke tonight, is it's an incredibly diverse representation of the people in our community. And so, Jacob, as you're looking into these numbers, I'm curious if we have any information on the demographics of those who have been subject to these occupancy limits and who have been kicked out of their homes I understand it's by landlords, but the end result is still the same, that they're losing their homes. I am just curious if we can find out about the whether or not people are experiencing a disproportionate impact, the folks who are being kicked out of their homes due to occupancy limits.
Well, it's a great question, and that's also something we can look into. Again, to clarify the process, the city does not conduct the eviction process. When those do take place, which we always seek to avoid first and foremost, they are conducted by the county with the sheriff's office, and they have to be brought by the owner. So that's a quasi-judicial process where the owner engages in that eviction, again, administered by the county. So we would have to check with them to see if they keep records in regards to demographics. That's not something that we keep.
Rachel?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. When I had requested that we discuss suspension of enforcement previously a few times, we did not have a public hearing. I was just requesting a not a 5, and that's what I would request again, not an elaborate public hearing, but just that we have time to hear from staff and people can email us or sign up for open comment. But I'm thinking probably in 2 weeks we could
Thanks
get
for
at that.
Rachel. So if I could turn to Nuria then. So would that work as a process that we could calendar something under matters from City Council for a request for not of 5 to potentially pause occupancy limit enforcement? And then we would look to staff for a description of how that might work.
And I appreciate that, Mayor and Council, and the thoughtfulness of the ask. I believe that we can meet that, as I have been checking in with Jacob and his team. I believe that coming back at the end of November would work. And we can bring back some options for you as we figure out what to do next.
Thanks so much. So if that's all right with council, then CAC will work on scheduling that. Appreciate that thoughtful discussion. Yes, Tara.
I have a question. I'm not sure what the answer is to. Obviously, that's what a question is.
Hopefully.
So, what does the fact that the bedrooms did not pass have to do with how we're going to proceed with discussing occupancy, or does it not have anything to do with it?
I mean, staff, do you want to take a crack at that, or?
Well, I'll start here, and perhaps others can correct me. I'm not quite sure there is a correlation on whether or not it succeeded or not. Clearly, as we heard from the council, from the comments at open comment, that there is an interest in moving forward for a variety of reasons, and then it is up to council, the council body, in terms of policy direction that they want to give staff as we move forward. And I suspect that given the amount of support that certainly the measure had, even though it didn't pass, and certainly by the comments that we received, that is in your prerogative to bring to staff and ask staff to bring you alternatives.
Does that answer your question? Okay, great. If nobody has anything else on this matter, an open comment, I think we'll move on to our consent agenda. Alicia, is that right?
That is correct, sir. We are moving next to item number 4, our consent agenda, items A through G.
Thanks so much. Now, there are a few items here that are pretty substantive. Did staff want to talk about any of them in advance, or just see if council had any questions about them?
I believe we were waiting to see if council had any questions about any particular item, but staff certainly is available.
And I'm happy to jump in and talk about 3C, just in terms of procedural matters, that it's an emergency measure. If new council members have any questions, or I can provide some background on that related to.
Well, let's see if we have council questions. Anybody have questions on the consent agenda? Rachel.
Thanks. I think I do. I'm trying to pull up my notes here. Oh, so I have some questions under 3A, approval of council meeting calendar, and I think we maybe wanted to have a little discussion on that, but my notes won't pull up here, so.
Mind if I jump in?
Please jump in while I try.
Well, so I believe we've scheduled that for the very end of the meeting tonight to talk about dates for meetings.
Okay.
Is that it?
Come back to me.
Mark?
Well, as a procedural matter, I have a number of questions regarding F, the regulations regarding oil and gas operations, but I'm happy to hold those questions until second reading, or to do it as a hotline, whatever is easiest.
You know, putting those out on hotline would probably be helpful for staff to have a chance to answer them before second reading. Is that?
That would be perfect.
And it shall be done. Thank you.
Great.
So notes have disappeared. I would just say to staff there, if that's happening to anyone else, but bummer. So the other question I have, though, I believe is on 3G, and I don't know if there's going to be a staff presentation or update on that, but I had asked for some just information or presentation on what the next steps are since the referendum passed, what action items we will need to take as a council, and the timing of those things. And I think that there's a new agenda item, like something written here, but it's added after I've seen the agenda, so that must be recent.
I believe our stellar city clerk can answer those questions.
Great.
Thank you. This item number G, is to accept the clerk's certification of the validity of the petition. And so with that being said, the next steps will depend on council. There were 3 steps that were outlined in your memo as to what the next steps would actually be. If what we had discussed with the city attorney's office is to come forth at a later meeting with the actual estimates of the cost for a possible special election, if that's what council chose to do, because it would take us a little bit of time to put that information together. But again, this particular action is just to certify the validity of the petition and then show you exactly what those 3 steps are that council has the option to take.
Thanks. Could you just go over the 3 steps for the community who's listening?
Of course.
And this is sort of a separate, we lumped this in at CAC under the certification, but it was a separate question on just sort of what our next action items will be.
Of course. Let me pull that up.
And Alicia, I can jump in if you'd like, since you don't have it up, and I do. So one of the options would be to repeal Ordinance 8483. The second option would be to submit the referendum to a vote of the electors at the next municipal election, or the third option would be to have a special election for that, and that requires a majority vote, 2/3 majority vote.
And are there deadlines for when we would need to make that decision?
So you can't make the decision before December 1st because there's the opportunity for individuals to protest or challenge the sufficiency of the referendum signatures, but there isn't any other deadline in place.
Okay, thanks. I think it might make sense before staff researches how much a special election would cost after December 1st to check in with us to see if there's interest in a special election before staff spends time on it.
Great. Thanks for that,
And
Rachel. And
how would we do that? In what format would you like that?
I think this should probably come back to us after December 1st as a
Matters.
a quick agenda item. Yep.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
Great. So
Thank you.
CAC can take that question up.
Okay.
Very good. Anything else? So we will just note that 4C is about a grant for trail building for the Gun Barrel Hill Site Management Plan that does need to be passed on emergency to meet a deadline, a funding deadline. So we will have, I believe, a roll call vote on the consent agenda if anyone wants to make a motion.
I have a question. Before you make a motion, you mentioned that you wanted to give us a little bit of background just for community members. Can you do so?
On the grant application?
Yes. Is that what you mentioned?
I didn't
earlier?
hear what you said, I'm sorry.
For 3C, you mentioned that you could give us a little bit of background on that.
I can give you a little bit of background related to why it's an emergency,
Please.
but the grant itself, Dan Burke is available if you have questions about the grant itself. So an ordinance, once adopted, takes 30 days to be effective. Charter Section 17 states that emergency orders can become effective immediately. It requires a 2/3 vote of members present. The basis for an emergency is urgency and for preservation of public peace, health, or property. This particular grant is coming before you as an ordinance for several reasons. The grant itself requires the city to commit matching funds for the grant. Secondly, it commits that it has the ability and intention to finance the operation and maintenance of the properties or facilities acquired or developed with the grant funds. So it needs an appropriation clause. And then thirdly, it commits that the property targeted for the proposed project will be under the control of the city for at least 25 years.
Which is why it needs to be an ordinance. Okay.
Yep.
And thanks so much. All right. Anybody have a motion or more questions?
I'll make a motion. I move the consent agenda, and I just note, as I think previously mentioned, even though we are on item 4A, if this passes, approving the 2022 meeting calendar, I think we reserve the right to amend it as soon as later in the evening tonight. But with that, I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alicia, roll call vote, I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Councilmember Brockett, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
I would like to recuse myself from item G, given my relationship with the university. Otherwise, yes, on all the rest.
Thank you. Councilmember Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner
Yes.
and Yates.
Aye.
I believe we have one more.
Benjamin. I was coming. And Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, sir. The consent agenda with the right to amend item 4A has been approved 7-1 with Councilmember Spear recusing herself from item G.
Great. Although would it not be a 9-0 with one recusal?
Okay. All right. 9-0. With the recusal noted. Okay. I tell you, recusals give me an issue every time. All right. Thank you.
Very good. So I guess we move on. We have a call-up check-in.
Yes, sir, we do. Next, item 5 is our call-up check-in. 5A is the call-up consideration for the landmark alteration certificate for construction of additions and accessory building and swimming pool at 2935 19th Street, an individual landmark.
Very good. So do we have any questions or any desire to call this up? Doesn't look like it. So I guess we can move right into our first public hearing.
All right, sir. Next, we'll have item 6. We will move to item 6B, the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8490, designating the building and a portion of the property at 3485 Stanford Court as an individual landmark per section 9-11-5 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981, setting forth related details.
Thank you. And we have James Hewitt on the line and Marcy Gerwin as well to provide a brief presentation and overview.
Hello and good evening. Special congratulations to you all. And it's kind of a special evening for us to be joining you at this new City Council's first meeting. I would like to, before we get into the review of the proposed designations, just spend a couple of moments talking to you about Boulder's historic preservation program. And just to acquaint, take this opportunity to acquaint the new City Council members with the fact that we do have a historic preservation program in Boulder, and it's been around now for 48 years. It was a citizen-initiated historic preservation ordinance, which created the historic preservation program way back in 1974. And today it has matured to really be one of the most sophisticated, I think, and robust historic preservation programs in the state. And so just a few very quick points about what we do in historic preservation on a daily, weekly, and annual basis. And of course, this evening you are looking at a couple of designations, and the 5-member Landmarks Board, whom you appoint, make recommendations to you about individual landmarks and historic districts. As well, they review changes to properties in designated historic districts and on landmark properties. There is also a program for the review of non-designated buildings that are over 50 years in age. And that is something that continues to increase because just simply the vast number of buildings that were constructed during the post-World War II period. Boulder is also a certified local government, which means that we are certified by the National Park Service as having qualified professional staff, which gives us also the ability to apply for grants, which we do on an annual basis, which helps us with our program activities. It also gives us the ability to review state tax credit applications, which we do, and we are the second largest, we review the second largest number of state historic preservation tax credit applications after Denver. So that's a pretty busy part of what we do as well. And then we also are engaged in development review and cross-department coordination. One of the designations that you're looking at this evening is actually a result of a site review recommendation for the landmarking of the property. And finally, we do community engagement. That is to talk about history, to tell the story of Boulder, of Boulder's history and the places that make it so special. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the Historic Preservation Ordinance was passed in 1974. Since then, over 1,300 properties have been protected through historic designation, and that includes 10 historic districts and over 200 individual landmarks. We review between 350 and 400 projects a year, and that runs the gamut from tax credit reviews to landmark alteration certificates to demolition applications. We're small but mighty. There are two of us, and you'll hear from Marcy in just a couple of moments. So Marcy and I really manage this program. Next slide, please. So I think, you know, we really understand what a special place Boulder is. And one of the really big aspects that perhaps sometimes gets a little taken for granted is the fact that we really are rich in terms of historic, cultural, and environmental places that are recognized through the program. And over the course of the last nearly 50 years have been protected and have been, I guess, groomed to make the city as special a place as it is for visitors. And I think one of the other things that perhaps is sometimes just assumed or maybe not recognized is the economic impact that historic preservation has in the city of Boulder. It really is an engine for the economy, certainly a draw for tourists that come here, come to the mall, come to the university, come, of course, to Chautauqua, where over 1 million visitors go every year. So with that, I just will conclude and thank you very much for your attention. I'll turn it now over to either the mayor or Sandra to walk you through the quasi-judicial procedure for the hearings before you tonight.
Thank you, James. I think we'll turn to Sandra to walk us through those proceedings.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor and James. Appreciate that. So I just want to take the opportunity to review some of the aspects, unique aspects of a quasi-judicial hearing, which this matter is. And really just want to refresh your memory. We did go over this in the orientation, but wanted to also give you all an opportunity if you had questions as well. So council often makes two common types of decisions. One is legislative and the other is quasi-judicial. A legislative action makes new rules or laws and are prospective in nature, whereas quasi-judicial actions apply existing rules to a case involving particular individuals and facts. Legislative decisions are often made in a political environment where lobbying and personal investigation by decision makers are proper. However, when a local body has to make a quasi-judicial decision, it's expected that members of the body will act in a manner of impartial judges in a court case. In a quasi-judicial process, decision makers are expected to apply the rules fairly, whether or not they agree with them. Decisions must be based on criteria adopted and applied to the facts in the record. If you had an opportunity to look at the agenda memo, it lays out all the criteria right there for you. And then I'd also like to add that when council members sit as judges in a quasi-judicial hearing, it's essential that they have not made up their minds before hearing the evidence. They must decide the case based on the evidence that's presented at the hearing and not based upon outside sources. The last piece of this has to do with ex parte contacts. They must disclose any outside information that you have about the case and excuse yourselves from the case if you would be personally affected by its outcome or if you feel that you're not able to be impartial. And with that, I think I'm supposed to ask if anyone has any ex parte contacts that they would like to disclose. Great, thank you. In that case, I think I'm going to hand it off to Marcy, I believe. I can't see the slide, so I'm not sure.
That's right. Marcy, ready for give us a presentation?
Yes, though I would actually hand it back over to you, Mayor Brockett, for council members to reveal any ex parte contacts for this first item, which is 3485 Stanford Court.
Great. I think we cleared that already. No ex parte.
Great.
Great. So Marcy, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening. The criteria for your decision tonight on this landmark designation is found in chapter 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code. And that is to preserve, protect, and enhance historically significant buildings and sites or architectural styles of the past, and to develop and maintain appropriate settings to enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, promote tourist trade and interest, and foster knowledge of the city's living heritage. The options in front of you tonight are to approve the designation by ordinance, to modify and approve the designation by ordinance, or deny the designation. This landmark designation application started about a year ago in October 2020, when the landmark designation application was submitted as a condition of site review. And the property owner is here and can speak a little bit more to the project, but it includes 60 affordable units for seniors. And when these site review projects come in and have potentially eligible buildings, we typically hold the designation application until it moves through the review process, which included a review and approval by the planning board, and then a call up by city council. Those were both approved. And so now here we are in November. And in October 6th, the Landmarks Board unanimously recommended to designate the building and a portion of the property. On October 19th, this item was on the city council consent agenda for first reading. And then here we are tonight, November 16th. So this property is located in South Boulder on the west side of Broadway, near Table Mesa on Stanford Court. Here's two photos of the building. On the left is in 1965, and the right, a current view. It is a Usonian building. It's a mid-century modern church. Its character defining features include its low horizontal form, this dominant roof shape, and then also the organic inspired elements in the geometry of the building, and then also this use of the same materials on the inside and out. Here's just a neat aerial photograph from the applicant showing the long building of the sanctuary built in 1957 initially. And then the 2001 addition that's located on the left-hand side is being demolished to make way for the new construction around the building. We look at landmark designations in terms of its historic, environmental, and architectural significance. And so this building is historically significant for its 3 dates of construction, starting in 1957 with the initial construction of the sanctuary. This building was planned in 3 different phases with additions in 1961 and 1964. It's associated with Thomas Nixon and Lincoln Jones, who were prominent mid-century modern architects here in Boulder. Probably their most iconic design is the First Christian Church, which is located on 28th as you come into town from Denver, with that very expressive prow reaching up. And Nixon and Jones were both very influenced by Frank Lloyd Wright. If anyone's been to Madison, Wisconsin, you'd feel very at home in the Unitarian Church there. And so you can also see those elements pulled into the design of this Lutheran church as well. The building's also significant for the development of the community and the growth of South Boulder in the post-war era. The congregation was originally located at 17th and Mapleton in a 1890s building, and as the congregation grew, they chose to locate their new building in South Boulder, which was booming in the post-war era. And then it's also representative of this very distinct period of modern architecture, where you're seeing the works of Charles Hartling and Hobart Wagner, Gail Abels, and Nixon and Jones really pushing the boundaries in terms of what design could be and the expressiveness of this congregation and what they wanted their next church to be. In terms of their architectural significance, I've touched on this modern Usonian design, which is influenced by Frank Lloyd Wright, with the window pattern, the use of materials, and the iconic roof forms. And in terms of, and I've covered Nixon and Jones as well. So that brings us to the environmental significance. It was very purposefully sited on the crest of a hill. I think what's really surprising is that even though it's situated so close to Broadway, it's not visible from Broadway, or at least not prominently, but it is situated so that the prow of the sanctuary looks towards the Flatirons, and was very intentional in that decision. It's compatible with its residential context, and it is integrated into its site. So with that, staff and the Landmarks Board recommend that the name be the Mount Calvary Lutheran Church, which has been its name since the congregation located there in 1957, and that the landmark boundary provide a 5-foot buffer around the footprint of the building. And in these site review or redevelopment projects, this is a recommendation from staff, which would provide a buffer around the building without then covering the new and non-historic buildings on the site. So staff recommends that the City Council designate the property at 3485 Stanford Court to be known as the Mount Calvary Lutheran Church. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Marcy. Do we have questions for Marcy? See, I'm not seeing any. Do we? I believe. Oh wait, we got one over here. Lauren.
So, you mentioned that the intention is just to protect the existing historic structure, but when I look at the map, the 5-foot boundary includes part of sort of a breezeway to the new construction. I just want to make sure that that's clarified, that that is not part of what is being protected.
Oh, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And so the portion of the breezeway that's in the shaded area would be reviewed. And that's important so that we're looking at what the historic material modification would be at that connection point, without then also encompassing the building. And I will commend the architects on this project for doing a very sensitive link between the old building and the new building.
Very good. Anything else? Right. I do believe we have a representative of the property owner here, Ian Swallow from Boulder Housing Partners. Ian, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brockett. Ian Swallow, Boulder Housing Partners. I also have Laura Scheinbaum, our Director of Real Estate Development, on, and JV D'Souza, the project architect. No formal presentation from us this evening, but just want to thank Marcy for her help with us navigating this process. We're very excited to preserve that existing sanctuary and also be providing 60 units of new affordable senior housing at the site. The sanctuary is going to be renovated. I'll have community space on the upper level, and then we'll also be renovating the childcare that's on the lower level so they can continue operating out of that space. So excited to move the project forward. We just received an award of competitive state tax credits about a week and a half ago. So that was very exciting. And yeah, any questions, I am happy to answer.
Great, thanks, Ian. Questions for him? I don't see any. So I believe that would take us to our public hearing. Is that right, Alicia?
Yes, sir.
And I believe we have one person signed up.
That is correct.
Okay, well, Lynn Siegel, I think you're up to speak to us. You have 3 minutes.
I support the landmarking. I had mostly comment about this as it's come up before, either in planning board or council, about the community park in the area and its relevance to keeping that open to that neighborhood to have some community benefit. But since this is just approval of the landmark, I support it. Ironically, 1957 was the year that my family lived in Denver for a year, and the year that my mom breathed in plutonium, to which she would die 12 years later in Mercer Island. Ironically, that year. And in 58 to 60, we bought a place just a few blocks from this church. So, yeah, I like the Usonian architecture and the fact that, of course, it should be preserved. And thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, I believe that closes our public hearing, so we can bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. Yes, Tara.
Is it possible for me to get a copy of that wonderful initial PowerPoint that explained the landmarking so well?
Absolutely, we can send it.
Good. Anyone else? Pivoting a lot here. If there's no discussion, perhaps someone would like to put a motion on the table. All right, Mark?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we adopt Ordinance 8490, designating the building and a portion of the property at 3485 Stanford Court as an individual landmark per Section 9-11-5 of the Boulder Revised Code, 1981.
Second.
Thanks for that. Mark, would you like to speak to the motion?
I've seen this building as part of the Boulder Housing Partners project for that site. I think it's a magnificent building. I think it's a worthy landmark, and it will be integrated, I think, quite beautifully with the rest of the housing on the site, and I think it will be a spectacular project when completed. So I think the landmark designation here is entirely appropriate, and I urge us all to support it.
Bob?
Yeah, several of us have had an opportunity to serve as council liaisons to Boulder Housing Partners, and so this has been, I was on Boulder Housing Partners when this came forward a few years ago, so this has been kicking around for a while. I do want to observe that this is really kind of a de facto partnership between Boulder Housing Partners and Fraser Meadows Retirement Community, which was an initial funder here, and of course the church itself. And I'm so happy for the congregation that their church building, that the congregation's moved on, but the church building will be preserved and will be housing for seniors for many, many years to come.
Thanks for that. And I'll just chime in here. I agree with everything that's been said. This is a wonderful building to landmark, and then just separate from the landmarking criteria, it's a wonderful project for the community as a whole to preserve the church while moving forward with desperately needed affordable housing for our seniors. So kudos to Boulder Housing Partners for moving all of this forward. Anything else? Seeing none, I guess we can call for a vote.
Yes, sir, and this is a roll call. And we will start the vote with Councilmember Folkerts.
In favor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye or yes. Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
And Brockett.
Yes.
Sir, Ordinance 8490 is hereby adopted unanimously.
All right. Thank you so much, Alicia, and congratulations to Boulder Housing Partners, and thanks again. And let's see, I guess that moves us straight into our next landmarking, Alicia.
All right, thank you, sir. We have item 6C, which is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt Ordinance 8513, designating the property at 963 7th Street as an individual landmark per Section 9-11-5 of the Boulder Revised Code, 1981, and setting forth related details.
Marcy, do we turn right back to you?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Thank you. The procedure is the same as the one that you reviewed just a couple minutes ago, but I would turn it over to Sandra then to ask for ex parte contacts.
Sorry about that, I wasn't ready. So are there any council members that wish to disclose any ex parte contacts with respect to 963 7th Street? Seeing none, we're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. And I will note that the owners are not in attendance tonight here, so there won't be an owner presentation. The criteria for your decision is the same and found in section 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code. And your options are also the same, where you can approve the ordinance, modify and approve it, or deny it. This landmark application started in June of this year when it was submitted by the longtime property owners. In September, the Landmarks Board voted unanimously to recommend designation of the building and property. It was on the City Council's October 19th consent agenda, and here we are in November for the public hearing. This property is located at the end of 7th Street in the Rose Hill subdivision on University Hill, just north of Aurora Avenue. The individually landmarked Kruger Cunningham house is located just north of the property, and the Carpenter house is located at the south end of the block. This rustic masonry house was built in 1930, and it is associated with 3 pretty interesting owners. For its historic significance, it's significant for its 1930 date of construction. And the first family that designed and built it were the Munzingers, which you'll recognize their name because the Munzinger Psychology Building was at the University of Colorado is named after Dr. Carl Munzinger. He was born in Germany and taught at CU in the psychology department for 29 years and chaired the department for 6. He authored textbooks and papers, and when the new building was constructed, it was named in his honor. His wife was also remarkable. Dr. Florence Weaver Munzinger earned a medical degree from the Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia in 1911. And she was a missionary in India in the 19-teens. And then she also was involved here associated with the medical operations at the University of Colorado. The next owners were Jim and Kay Yeager, who purchased the property and were very, very active in the community. Jim Yeager had a business down on Pearl Street called Faber and Brooks, or Brooks Faber, which was a women's clothing business. He served on city council, as well as the Boulder County Commissioners, and Kay Yeager was involved in the library. The current owners, John and Marcia Yeager, had the property in the 1970s and have lived there ever since. They both received law degrees, and Marcia Yeager was the first female judge in Boulder County. In terms of the development of the community, the house is significant for its construction in University Hill. The Rose Hill subdivision was platted in 1899. So this house isn't one of the earliest ones, but it was one of the earliest ones on this block. And then this house was featured in this great book, The 76 Historic Homes of Boulder by Jane Barker in the 1970s. There is a feature on it in the Daily Camera in the 1970s as well. And then the Front Range Research Associates found it eligible for listing at the local, state, and national level. In terms of its architectural significance, it is indicative of the rustic masonry style. I will say when I got to make a site visit to this property, the moment I stepped foot, it felt like Boulder. And I think there are specific properties that bring you to a very specific time and a very specific place. And the use of the local stone that was quarried nearby, the trees are incredible. The Munzingers knew someone with the CSU forestry program in the early 20th century or mid 20th century, and he would bring saplings each year and they would plant one. So the entire property is surrounded by these incredible trees. So Munzinger is credited with the design of the house. It has a study for both he and his wife, and he incorporated Austrian elements, which it's described as having very thick walls, intricate woodwork on the interior, and these internally opening windows. And so it's significant for his contribution, and then C.G. and Burrell House were the masons that constructed the house. There's a skillful integration of the design and is significant for its use of local stone. And then finally, for its environmental significance, I've mentioned the mature trees. There are also incredible gardens, and it's compatible with its residential context. And so the proposed name is the Munzinger Jaeger House, with a landmark boundary that would follow the property lines. And with that, staff and the Landmarks Board recommend that City Council adopt the ordinance to designate the property at 9637th Street to be known as the Munzinger Jaeger House. And I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Marcy. Do we have questions for Marcy on this? I'm not seeing any questions. I think, Alicia, we go to our public hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That is correct.
And I believe we also have one person signed up for this public hearing. So Lynn Siegel, you're up. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah. Rustic masonry. Reminds me a lot, Marcy, of Dan McCarthy's place at the termination of Alpine, is it, and Third? That's my favorite house in Boulder. It's just like classical feeling of you know, the masonry, and the setting there is also really nice. This is beautiful, the trees, and it's just really nice. And I love the idea of the thick walls is very energy efficient too. The Jaegers, I wonder if it's related to the Jaegers at all from Shanahan Ridge. That's the same as the flyer, I think, Yaeger. Anyway, yeah, it's a great place. I wonder why it wasn't landmarked a long time ago. But beautiful, beautiful job of presenting it, Marcy. And thanks. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, I think that ends the public hearing then. And so we come back to council. Any comments or a motion? Okay, Matt.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 8513, designating the property at 963 7th Street to be known as the Munzinger Jaeger House as an individual landmark under the City of Boulder's Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Tara's got the second. Matt, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, for one, it's interesting. Actually, as a candidate, I was knocking on doors in that neighborhood and knocked on this door. Unfortunately, no one was home. But it struck me when I walked by. It was just gorgeous. And Marcy, when you said that it felt like Boulder, that was exactly the right description I used. Certainly when I was walking on there. So interesting that, unbeknownst to me, that was going to show up here as a new council person, a place that I had knocked on doors and felt that same feeling. So I think it is so Boulder in that sense. So I think, nothing better to landmark than a place that just sort of carries that character from long ago and well into the future.
Thanks. Tara, did you want to speak at all? No? Okay. Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, we can go to a vote.
All right, sir. Thank you. We'll start this vote with Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Aye.
Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Aye.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Brockett,
Yes.
Folkerts.
Yes.
Ordinance 8513 is hereby adopted unanimously.
Great. Well, Marcy, thanks for all your wonderful presentations tonight. Have a good evening. We'll talk again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right, so I believe that brings us to our matter from the city manager.
That is correct, sir. Item 7A is the severe weather shelter update.
I appreciate that, Mayor and council members, and I'll ask Kurt Fernhaber to come and present, and I'll say that as he's getting ready, that this is an issue, obviously, that is of concern to many in our community, to many of you, to many in staff, as the cold winter and weather approaches. And I will note that this builds upon a previous information packet that we sent to council, but it is so fitting now with a new council body to bring this forward and remind folks and give an update on where we are. So Kurt, I'll leave it up to you.
Good evening, council. I'm hoping you can see me and hear me. I don't.
Yes, on both counts.
Great. This new format's a little bit different. And I'll ask for my presentation. Thank you. So last Monday at CAC, there was a request to have this presentation to the new council. And I would also like to welcome all the new council.
Your volume cut out there.
Yeah.
You're back.
So would you like me to start over? Or?
Yeah, maybe take it from the top. Thank you.
Okay, let me put my headset on and see if that works any better.
I believe it was on
wasn't
our
you,
end.
Kirk. Yeah,
Kurt.
it wasn't you, Kirk.
You're good.
It was us.
Okay, council, can you hear me now?
It's great.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, so I'll start off also by welcoming all the new council members, and I look forward to working with you over the next few years on these challenging issues in our community. So last Monday at CAC, there was a request made to have this presentation regarding severe weather shelter. And it's based on an information packet item that was sent to the previous council a couple months ago in questions that had come from that IP. So we're going to cover severe weather shelter, what it looked like last year, what the plans are for this year, any policy changes that have occurred. But we can't look at severe weather shelter in isolation. So we will be looking at a few other areas that relate to severe weather shelter as well. And I'll be doing the first half of the presentation. Vicki Ebner, who works in my department and whom I support, will be doing the second half of the presentation. And we will also be having a section in there which was requested on the coroner's report, which comes out, I think it's about June or July each year. So next slide. So first, I have a bit of information on the COVID Recovery Center. The COVID Recovery Center relates to severe weather shelter because it houses some of the same people that would access that service. So the COVID Recovery Center started in March 2020. And I think the ironic thing about this evening is the building, the first building that you landmarked tonight, Mount Calvary Lutheran Church, is actually houses the COVID Recovery Center. And the pie chart on the left indicates where individuals have come from over the last 18 months or so who have used the COVID Recovery Center. So most have come from shelters in Boulder and as well as Longmont. And then a number of hospitals and clinics when they receive patients who are unhoused and who have tested positive, also use the COVID Recovery Center. But interestingly enough, 9% of the residents also come from homes, and many individuals in houses don't have a place to isolate from the other residents when they test positive for COVID. So it has also worked well for those individuals. So in June of this year, we actually had a formal closing of the COVID Recovery Center because we all knew that COVID was behind us. It was a great celebration of the hard work over that time. 2 months later, we opened it back up as a result of Delta. We had used hotels in Longmont on an interim basis. They were not able to handle the type of capacity and services needed. So the COVID Recovery Center is staffed by a city employee. It's managed by a city employee, and it's staffed by staff members from Boulder County. It's a partnership with Boulder County and the city of Longmont. So you'll see it served a number of individuals over this period, 381 unique individuals, 2,300 bed nights. The average census has been 4 individuals over the whole period. But I looked at it today, and it's averaging up to about 9 right now, and we've been very consistent in that number over the last couple of months. And I think we'll go to the next slide. So there's 2 sort of definitions for severe weather shelter that we've used for several years in the city of Boulder. The first one, severe weather shelter, that's when we're having either a winter storm, whether it's the temperature reaches 32 degrees or below, or if it's as low as 38 degrees, but we also have precipitation. So that's the definition that we've used in the past for severe weather shelter. On those nights in the past, up through the 2021-2022 season, we would open additional shelter beds when that temperature was triggered. However, one of the changes in the policy that we've made for this winter that was implemented a couple months ago is that we're actually not using this criteria. We're simply just opening the severe weather shelter every single night. And so there's no need for the trigger. The shelter is always open, whether it's 32 degrees or 70 degrees. It creates a simpler process, less communication with the community, and really creates an easier process for the shelter to manage and plan for staffing as well. So there's another trigger called critical weather conditions. So this is the only one that currently still exists. And this has also been in place for many years. And this is when the temperature gets extremely low. So temperatures of 10 degrees or a likelihood of 6 inches of snowfall. When this occurs currently, we add an additional 20 beds to the system. And if conditions continue during the day, or that's considered 20 degrees, then the day shelter would be open as well. Next slide. So the question we receive every year, and it wasn't a surprise for the new council to be asking these questions, is how many beds do you have? How does it shape up with last year? So as I mentioned earlier, we do not look at severe weather shelter in isolation. We look at the whole system. And I'm happy to say that we have an additional 176 more beds than we had last year at this time. So let me tell you what that means. But first I'll mention we have 140 beds at the Boulder shelter. We have an additional 20 hotel beds. They opened up on the 15th. They're available every evening. And then on the critical weather nights, we have 20 beds. So a total of 180. So the 176, those are beds that have come on into our system since last year. Those are individuals and apartments that have been opened up to individuals experiencing homelessness So they're actually not staying in a shelter any longer. They're staying in an apartment with a kitchen. You'll see later on that many of them are receiving wraparound services as well. So for many years, communities around the U.S. took the strategy of trying to address homelessness by building shelters. They built more shelters and more shelters, and they didn't actually solve the problem. So over the last few years, there's been a shift, and it's a shift that we've taken seriously in the city of Boulder. And that's to actually work on programs to help individuals exit homelessness. So there's two types of beds at the shelter. There's the reserve bed program, which you'll hear about, that has unlimited use. And basically, to have a reserve bed, you simply have to sign up for it. And then you have to begin the process of engaging in services that will, where you will work with a case manager towards a housing solution. And then the standby beds, those are open to anyone. They have 90 nights that they can stay there and without engaging in any services. But at some point along the way, if they do decide to engage in services, they can also sign up for a reserve bed program. And the other thing I'll mention, which Vicki will be talking about later, is that individuals who stay a second night need to go through coordinated entry. Next slide. So this is a graph, and if for those of you who look at our dashboard on the city website, you'll recognize this. I'll just point out a couple of key things here. This graph shows the beds per usage type since June 2020 up until yesterday in November. And so it has the various programs there of navigation, standby, critical weather, hotels, that sort of thing. But as you can see, as we simplified our policies, it also simplified the graph. So currently we have the reserve beds, we have the standby beds, we have the CRC, and then you'll begin to see the hotel beds as they're used. But in comparison to last year, and that was one of the questions I received from Nicole yesterday, in comparison to last year, we did see an increase both in coordinated entry and in use of the shelter when a couple of policies changed. One was the elimination of a 6-month policy that happened, I believe, on August 1st. And the second was a couple of weeks later, through direction from council, there was enforcement of the tent ban in public spaces. What we saw from that, I think, at least from this vantage point, is positive because we saw more individuals using the shelter and the services at the shelter and creating more opportunities to interface with services. So it sort of spiked in September and October. If you look at last year, it spiked about a month or so earlier than it did the previous year. We also haven't had any cold weather this year, and we did last year, both in September and October. And then lastly, if you look at November this year, at least halfway through the month, is basically identical to the usage of the shelter for November of 2020. Next slide. So this graph shows some of the turnaways, and then this also goes back to June 1st, 2020. And typically what we see in any winter season is that most turnaways happen towards the beginning of the season, typically in October or November. You'll see that that occurred last year in November. We had a total of, I think it's 3 individuals that were turned away over a total of 2 nights, all of last season, related to capacity. And capacity is represented in the color blue. This year, we've had 3 nights where we hit capacity. 4 individuals were turned away. The other night, 1 individual, and the third night, 2 individuals were turned away. That was, I think, about 3 weeks ago. We haven't had any capacity turnaways since then. And the other squiggly lines there that you'll see, those are individuals that are turned away because they decided not to go through coordinated entry the second night, but sometimes they'll come back on the third night and go through coordinated entry then and have access. I will note the coordinated entry is offered to every individual the morning before they leave. It's also offered downtown Boulder. And then at the top, the table at the top, one of the questions I believe Rachel asked was, how many individuals looking back over our history had used 90 nights of severe weather shelter. So we looked at 2019-2020 season, and then we looked at this last year. And you'll see that no individuals used 90 nights. There was a handful of individuals that used 8 to 9 nights over the year. And then there was, and then the average person has a median usage of severe weather shelter of 4 nights in 2 years ago. And this last year, the median was 5. So the majority of individuals do not use severe weather shelter for many nights, but there's a small number of individuals that use it on a very regular basis. Next slide. And with this slide, I will turn it over to Vicki.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Ebner, the Homelessness Policy Advisor in the Housing and Human Services Department. One of the questions that we get asked is around people who are in our unhoused community who died in the prior year. The coroner puts out a report every year, and from that report, we can surmise certain things. One important detail is the fact that our unhoused information within the coroner's report is on a countywide level to the most part. Typically, the question that comes up the most is around the type of death that was sustained by a person who is unhoused. Typically, the ones that we look at are what is termed accidental. That includes drowning, overdoses, hypothermia, in the case of last year, blunt force trauma. So as you can see, about 46% of the deaths that occurred in the unhoused community were considered accidental. And that is countywide. As you can, at the bottom of this chart, you can see that the city of Boulder actually had 13 of the total number of deaths among the unhoused community last year, slightly down from the prior year. And some of our other neighboring cities actually saw slight increases to that total. Next slide, please. So we get a lot of questions about coordinated entry. What is it? What is different from coordinated entry that is mentioned in national documents? Our local coordinated entry is a screening process. And that screening process is used to connect people to diversion services or sheltering programs. It's slightly different than what HUD deems coordinated entry in a continuum of care setting, which is the regional select group of homelessness providers that work on housing and exiting people from homelessness under community care grants. And in the greater Denver area, that is Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. The CE numbers that we can see since we established this in October 2017, the very first chart, you'll see that there was a very strong spike at the very beginning which is natural when you set up a program. You backload people into the system, and then it is stabilized out. That being said, we did see a significant increase in September of this year compared to the prior September. And what we saw with that group of people that were coming through was that almost all of them had disabling conditions, which would screen them to housing focused shelter, which I'll talk about in a minute. And this is overall a 65% increase in that category from the prior year. Next slide, please. One of the things that Kurt mentioned earlier is that we have a lot more availability at the shelter for helping people who need that temporary shelter. And mostly that is due to the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless's efforts in exiting people from homelessness. As you can see, it has been steadily rising. We had a really good placement month in September, and we are expecting our October totals when they come through to be about as good. This is a portion of the people that are exiting from homelessness, and I will go into a little bit more detail about that on the next slide. So next slide, please. So when I say that we exit people from homelessness, these pieces of data are limited to exits from Boulder Shelter from the Homeless. That's who's reporting this information. And so that 176 exits can be over 3 different categories. The first one is housing. And housing is more than something called permanent supportive housing. It can be everything from one-time assistance to rapid rehousing, helping people with creative housing solutions, or any combination thereof. The permanent supportive housing category is the one you hear about the most because it is our most intensive service. It is provided to the people who have the greatest vulnerability, typically lengthy times of homelessness, very episodic in nature, living outside for periods of time in and out of the shelter, and that they have some sort of disabling condition, or very likely multiple types of disabling conditions. Reunification and diversion, this is really connecting people to support systems elsewhere. So there's an idea that sometimes this is considered a ticket out of town, and that's not necessarily true. Our coordinated entry and diversion staff work very closely with clients and with their end destination to make sure that it is a safe and stable environment for somebody to go back into. Most of the time, this is with family members and friends. Sometimes it is connecting somebody back to a long-term treatment program or a housing opportunity in another community. The last category is long-term treatment, long-term programming, or some other type of service that doesn't fall into the housing or the reunification sections. For example, if somebody was going to enter into a long-term substance use disorder treatment program, they would be classified under this position. You can see that the majority of the people that we serve through homelessness exits are actually housing related. And that is really our overall goal. We champion all types of exits, and we certainly don't want to create situations where we're only addressing people who have the highest level of vulnerability. Because if we don't address people who are newer to homelessness or have fewer barriers to housing, then we're going to end up with a larger group of people who have reached long-term homelessness, which then requires a significant intervention to help exit their homelessness. Next slide, please. Since the program was established in October of 2017, the City of Boulder has seen 1,151 exits from homelessness. This does not include the people who are exited from homelessness within the City of Longmont. When you add those two numbers together, our countywide efforts really show the benefit of collaboration, because that's averaging one person exiting homelessness per day since October 2017. As I mentioned before, the largest category continues to be finding housing solutions for people, and we saw 569 people receive housing assistance. 439 people were reunited with support systems, either through navigation, which is our shorter term programming for people who are less acute, or diversion. Diversion is an immediate response. It is meant to solve somebody's problem when they come through the CE door. And then there's long-term program treatment, which I spoke about earlier, and that was 143 people. Of that 143 people, not all of that is substance abuse type of treatment. It can also be connections to other programs such as Ready to Work. Next slide, please. I won't read through this whole slide for you, but a big section of our housing response is around permanent supportive housing. And as a county collaborative, we work very hard to ensure that we have a growing number of opportunities for people who are at high vulnerability to obtain housing. The majority of that work is done through HSBC, or Homeless Solutions for Boulder County work groups. There's two key work groups that go into this. One is the Housing Exits Group, which is made up of housing authorities, governmental entities, and some of the main providers of permanent supportive housing assistance. They meet regularly and plot out strategies, action plans, goals, and set all of the pieces that are needed to move this forward in this limited resource environment. The other group is our case conferencing group, and that is where members from Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, our local shelters, our groups such as Focused Reentry, Mental Health Partners, and a number of other people, our municipal court homeless navigators, a number of people who come in contact with and work closely with people experiencing homelessness, and they work to match people at certain priority listings to available resources. We've seen a huge amount of efficiency created through these case conferencing programs with the emergency housing vouchers that recently came into play, which brought in a significant number of vouchers into our community recently. Our area was one of the very first areas to be able, in the region, to be able to mobilize and get people matched to resources. So to show you the value of taking this tapestry of different resources and leveraging them effectively, we had a goal that was established of 200 units countywide to be accomplished by 2023. And Boulder's share of that was 159 units or vouchers. We exceeded that within a year. And so there are current and approved projects of 463 permanent supportive housing opportunities that are either already in place and people are living in their apartments, or are imminent, such as the Mount Calvary project that was discussed earlier. Next slide, please. So this is really a summary of some of our big items that we're working on, either at the City of Boulder level or in collaboration with the county and the City of Longmont through Homeless Solutions for Boulder County. One of the big imminent tasks that we're working on is around acquiring property for recovery housing. That is a program that will be used to assist people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, but also have either active or significant histories of methamphetamine use. There are a couple of challenges that go into having this meth addiction, in that not only do they need the treatment that is associated with it, but they have a real barrier to being able to obtain housing in a landlord-based structure. This also follows with the next thing, which is our bridge housing program that is established in partnership with Boulder Shelter for the Homeless to really address how we can get people with very lengthy criminal histories into their own apartments. Again, with certain criminal backgrounds, people who would otherwise be high priority for permanent supportive housing wouldn't be able to find units necessarily that could rent to them. So the city is assisting the shelter with purchases of units so that they can be the landlords of those properties and be able to control who goes in there. As always, we are very involved with providing COVID responses and assisting the county with running the CRC so that we can really save as many people from getting COVID in the unhoused population, which is extremely vulnerable for COVID as possible. One thing I would note is on the chart I showed you with the coroner's report, you'll notice that there were no deaths among the unhoused population due to COVID. And we feel that that is based on three things. One is the CRC and the dedicated staff that works very closely with people who are sick with COVID, the consistent testing that happens at key locations, and quite frankly, the safety of our various shelters. They've taken guidance from public health and other entities and really done a great job on trying to make sure that our shelters and congregate living spaces are as safe as possible. We continue to work with eviction and prevention activities, and we are looking to set up a peer support and day programming for people who are matched to resources through their first 2 years of placement into permanent supportive housing in order to build community within this particular population and to have them be able to maintain their housing. There's a long history of people who have spent significant time living unsheltered that get placed into apartments. It's very isolating, and we want to make sure that we can help support them in every way that we can. We also feel that people with lived experience can really provide excellent peer support in order to help us with those goals. I mentioned the emergency housing vouchers earlier. This is implementing a strategy that is called Move On and Move Up. So if people voluntarily feel that they have been able to stabilize enough to where they don't necessarily need as much intensive case management, we can move them to an emergency housing voucher, which has limited case management. And that frees up a voucher on the other end that we can then put somebody who is very vulnerable into it. As always, the Homeless Solutions for Boulder County and our role within that is we're constantly looking at ways to increase those vouchers and available housing units. We're extremely excited about the 55 units that will be coming online. And of course, we want to reduce the time between prioritization and placement in when somebody can turn their key in their apartment. Next slide, please. As you can see, we're staying pretty busy. We're also in partnership with Boulder Community Health and Boulder County Public Health to add some sharp containers in public spaces. As Kurt mentioned, we moved 18 people to the hotels last night, and we'll add the extra 2 very, very shortly. The Homeless Solutions for Boulder County is evaluating data and policy alignment as we've made these changes and weathered through the first year of COVID. We continue to work with our neighboring communities and Metro Denver Homeless Initiative to improve regional efforts. We have also been working with our Family Homelessness Subcommittee. The Family Homelessness Subcommittee is working on developing a little bit more structure to the way that they collect data and provide some sort of initial screening process. So we're helping support that effort. And then as Be There has finished its pilot time period, we want to be able to evaluate what worked, what didn't, and enhance that program. Next slide, please. With that, I will turn it back over to Kurt.
Thank you, Vicki. And I think we can take the presentation down now and see if there's any questions that council would have.
Right. Well, Kurt and Vicki, thanks so much for that very thorough presentation. I know it's helpful for all of us, but particularly for the new council members to get up to speed to all of our various efforts. And thanks for all of your efforts in this area. So questions? I've got Nicole and Mark and Junie.
I just want to echo the thanks for the very thorough presentation. My question is just around the churn rate for the folks who are exited out of homelessness. What does it look like for, how many people who are housed, for example, are still housed a year later, 2 years later? Those who are who go through diversion or reunification, how many of those end up back in a position of homelessness in our community? I'm just wondering if you have some of that data and what that looks like.
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you. So some of that information, some of that data we do have, and some of that data we do not have, and probably won't be likely to have. So the PSH program, which is where the majority of our residents going into housing locally would be supported, we do have information on that. And we have information because there's continual contact with those individuals through services. And typically, the rate is in the 70 to 75% and that are of individuals that are still currently housed, who have been housed since we started this strategy. And that's typical for similar programs in other cities in the US. And you'll see that one of the work items that Vicki talked about, there's actually two things. One is the peer support program, and the other is day programming. For both of those are targeted for individuals either entering housing or who are currently in housing. And I think one of the challenges that we're having is that because we've gone past our goals. We've actually housed, in my mind, we've housed individuals beyond our capacity to support them in some cases. We need to put more resources and programming into ensuring that not only people, and I think that staying in a house is a good goal, but I think it's too low of a bar. We need to actually help individuals thrive in housing as well. So one of the things we'll be bringing back to council in next quarter, early next year, are some ARPA programs that can help support that. For individuals that go through diversion, we don't have information on that. We don't have, we're not able to, we don't have the capacity to call all the individuals that have been gone into a diversion situation. So we don't really have data on that. And that's also similar to other programs in other cities. The diversion type programs, they're often out of the community. Sometimes they're in the community, but they're often in a different community. And so besides a phone, we don't really have a contact with either them or the person that we originally worked with to coordinate with them.
I just wanted to follow up on that last point. With that, would it be the case that if they were diverted, they came back into services, would that come through coordinated entry? I mean, would you see it there, or is really just not, we're not tracking at that level?
Yeah, so that does occur. It occurs both for diversion clients, reunification clients, as well as housed clients. Sometimes we have individuals that have been housed for a year or so. They leave their housing. We'll see them back 6 months later or a year later. And we actually try to, the case managers that come across those individuals actually prioritize those individuals and really try to get them back into housing and try to figure out, kind of what went wrong or why they weren't successful, or if different services are required to assist them.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Mark and then Ginny.
Kurt, Vicky, thank you so much for that presentation. It was really quite thorough. Can you clarify something for me, Kurt? You made reference to, I believe, an additional 176 beds?
Can you speak closer to the mic, Mark?
Did you make reference to an additional 176 beds on top of the 180, or did I mishear that?
Yes, but they're not shelter beds. Those are the 76 individuals who we have housed since a year ago. So they don't need to stay in a shelter any longer. They're now staying in housing, either within our city or in other situations.
And my last question is, there's always great concern when there is a death from hypothermia. Were any of the deaths due to insufficient capacity?
For last year, this previous year, we do not know the answer to that. However, you'll notice last year, there was only 2 nights when there was insufficient capacity, and those are both in November. The previous year, we actually were able to work with the coroner's office to get the dates of those deaths. So the previous year, we were able to compare that to nights that there was capacity, and none of those deaths in the previous year related to hypothermia occurred on nights where there wasn't capacity. So if it did occur in last year, those cases would have had to have happened on one of those 2 nights in November.
And my last question is, given the small number of people who we have turned away on any given night, is there no standby or opportunistic solution that we can come up with to deal with if you're talking about 3 to 5 or 6 people? Isn't there some way to deal with that other than simply to turn them away?
Yeah, so I think that's a challenge that every community faces, and we've taken the approach to try to maximize the resources we have, and our main resource in our community is the Boulder shelter. A huge investment was made in that. Opening up additional shelters is very expensive, so we've taken the approach of adding hotel rooms, and that's been so you would have noticed that we've added 20 hotel rooms from the 15th of November to the 15th of March. So those are open every night. So those are meant to add capacity. And then on the extreme cold weather nights, we're adding an additional 20 beds through hotels. So that's been our approach to sort of meet that additional capacity. I think the challenge is how many layers do you add on? And if we add on another layer, do we need another layer on top of that? The purpose of tonight is really to present to you what we have in place and what we've been able to put in place.
Okay. Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate it.
Junie, but Bob, did you have a colloquy?
Thank you, Ginny. I just want to, Kurt, thanks for that. I just want to follow up on Mark's question, though. You mentioned layers, but if 20 is kind of a round number, right? And if we're doing 20 and on some nights we're missing 3 or 4 people, why not just make it 25? In other words, I know there's an incremental cost for every hotel room, but it's only the rooms we actually use. And so why not bump that number up to 25 or 30? It's not an additional layer. It's just it's a quantitative difference. And so we would not have as many people slipping through the cracks. What's the reason for that?
So the reason for that is the 20 and the 20, that's what the shelter was able to negotiate with the hotel that they use for this service. I must say during COVID, particularly at the time of opening the CRC, and then also when we were looking for additional capacity if we needed it, it's a very short list of hotels in our community that are willing to take that arrangement. We're very fortunate to have the hotel that we have. My understanding is that the shelter took the approach not from a cost standpoint, but from how many beds can we get on a regular basis. Certainly there's potential if council desired for us to go back and see if that could be increased. But at the time of negotiating that last year and again this year, those were the numbers that were committed to. And those are numbers that the hotel can commit to as well.
Okay. Well, I guess I for one would be, I mean, we seem like we're really, really, really close. We're only having a small number of people being turned away, and there's not a big difference between 20 and 25. I mean, if the hotel just doesn't have a capacity, but 20 seems like an oddly round number. So why not 22 or 23? So I guess that's just where I would be. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Bob. We got Junie, and I know Matt has one, and then we'll come back to Nicole here in a minute.
Thank you, Aaron. And I just want to applaud Kurt for the CRC. And I've seen the progression.
So Junie, I can't quite hear you. If you could be a little closer to the microphone, thank you.
Thank you. No, I just want to say that I want to applaud you for the success of the CRC. I've seen it throughout 2020 and the great work that you've done to protect people and ensuring no one died from COVID and ensuring that they're able to use the CRC. I want to go back and look at your slide number 7. You talked about the severe weather shelter, and in 2019 to 2020, you served 558 people. In 2020 and 2021, you served only 281. And I was wondering, what is the cause of the drop in services or people using?
Sure. It's actually an increase in services, and we increased the number of people that were coming into the other programs. And the diversion program was a new program that was started that year, as well as the reunification. And it's really an expansion of services. And it shifts people from sort of one to the other. We also had a shift in severe weather shelter capacity, and I can't remember how that aligns with that, when we had the 30th Street location as well. Some of those clients were also in programs that were focused on getting them into housing. So it's really those two components. But last year, we basically had the same sort of capacity that we have this year.
Also, I have another question. I have a few questions, actually. My next question is, on the slide, you mentioned the median number of nights used are 4 to 5, and I'm wondering, is it because of diversion? How is it only the median is 4 to 5 nights?
Yeah, so it has nothing, it probably has nothing to do with diversion, because typically the people who are in severe weather shelter are typically not engaged in services, particularly around housing services. So I think another statistic that may help you understand this. So when we started this program 3.5 years ago, or this strategy, since that time, almost 7,000 individuals have gone through coordinated entry. We also know that a number of individuals experiencing homelessness come into our community that don't go through coordinated entry. We don't know if that's 10% or 30%, but we probably have somewhere, between 8,000 and 10,000 individuals experiencing homelessness that have come through our community during that time. Some individuals stay for a period of time and move on within a few days or a week or a month, and some individuals stay much longer. Many individuals, as you know, particularly those who use severe weather shelter, are comfortable staying outside, and severe weather shelter is used as an alternative to that. But it's for many, it's not their first choice for shelter.
Okay, thank you. One last question and a comment as well on slide number 7. I'm looking at the data from 2011 and 2020, and somehow Boulder contributed more to the coroner's report from 2011, 9 out of the 13, and in 2020, 13 out of the 29. And for a community that provides so much service, to me, that's very alarming that we contribute such a great number to the number of deaths in the county-wide data that you showed us. And my comment as well, as I've mentioned to you before, it's so important that we have our own data. And I can see in this report that you did try, but I wonder as well, with the hypothermia, you have 5 deaths. Of course, as someone who's on council, I have some of that information, but I don't think community members know exactly what does that mean when you have 2019, we had 15 deaths, and what percentage or how many of our community members died from hypothermia in 2015 and 2013. We don't have that number based on that particular slide. So to me, I think it's very alarming again to see that report, that as a community that provides so much to, contribute so much to getting people housed, that we contribute that much to so many people dying in some way. So thank you.
So Junie, thank you for that. Yes, we certainly share the concerns. Every time we see a report like this of the number of deaths that do occur. I will say that the deaths that are represented on the coroner's report are people that passed away, often not in services and living on the street. It's really a relation of the number of people who are living and sleeping outside on a nightly basis. I know when we look back in 2019 at when we had a bit more information on those deaths at that time, it was typically people who weren't engaged in services and were deciding to live primarily out in the open at night. And that's concerning. Sort of another data point as a comparison is that roughly 75% of the individuals experiencing homelessness in Boulder County are in the city of Boulder. If you look at the coroner's reports, they're actually more spread out throughout the community than they are according to that matrix.
I would also add that of the 75% of people who are in the city of Boulder also has a disproportionately larger percentage of people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness and significant physical and substance use disorder situations. So that makes them particularly frail outdoors. And so does increase the risk level there too.
Junie, did that answer all your questions?
Yes, thank you. And also I support Bob's idea of providing more hotel beds if that would help ensuring that our homeless population are protected.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt and Vicky, for your presentation and the information. I know it's certainly helpful for some of us that are a little newer to council, so thank you for a bit of that primer. My question is really focused around what triggers the critical weather shelter and where 10 degrees comes from. To me, that's really beyond hypothermic, and so I'm just wondering what's the driver for that. One of the reasons is that I ask is because when you look at sort of historical weather data, on average, we only get about 14 days per year that are at or below 10 degrees. But if you look at 20 degrees, we're at about 45 days a year that are at or below that number. And so in terms of just creating service that has greater capacity and is open more, I'm wondering, where does 10 differentiate from 20 versus even 30? I know we got rid of severe weather shuttles. So I'm just trying to wonder why that trigger and where you see that headed.
Yeah, so it's thanks for that, Matt. So it's both about capacity as well as the weather. So it's related to sort of what the need is, and what we see and what we saw last year. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think you're correct. It's a handful of nights that meet that threshold. And what we found is that there was enough capacity at the 32 on the days that it was 32 degrees, so it's a policy that was put in place before I joined the city. It was a policy that was put in place by the shelter, and I know that they looked at the sort of the weather data and the capacity data at the time. So it's really related to the number of beds. Previous councils have been most concerned about the trigger at 32 degrees, because that's where we actually saw the potential for turnaways, because we hit those temperature thresholds on a very regular basis. And so that actually got a lot of discussion. And so in part, that was the reason for taking that weather trigger completely away, and just creating, severe weather shelter that's open every day. It's even open in the summer. So I don't have the answer for the justification of the actual temperature, but that's the process or the thinking that they use to establish it.
I can also add that last year, when we were sort of codifying some of this, we looked at the last 6 years of data related to weather, and looked at the average low temperatures, or basically the 30 lowest average nights of the year, and those corresponded to 10 degrees. So that helped support this need for an additional trigger for when it is truly, truly cold. That was already put in place by Boulder Shelter, but we did go back and double check and looked at how that number would correlate with what we actually see on average. It's really hard to look year to year because weather patterns change. So you have to look at multiple years in order to try to establish some sort of norm.
Well, thank you for that. Again, for me, I think where I'm maybe a little, what I'd like to just see is we're, looking at the data that you have on page 5, you compare it to last year when we had more of maybe normal weather, although I don't know if September 6th snow is considered normal. But we haven't had that yet, and yet we're already seeing, it looks like, the usage already up 20 beds. And that's, as you point out, sort of critical criteria changing. And so once the weather goes south, more or less, I think, is it fair to assume that then we're going to see the numbers sort of exceed the 2020 numbers based on the weather triggering things? And so for me, it's about just, do we have the capacity built in given those changes, so we're not reacting, we're already ahead of the game by maybe thinking about moving that trigger up a bit so that they're already available for maybe 45 days a year, rather than having to react to it when we start to see our numbers perhaps climb due to weather or other circumstances.
So a couple notes I would make as the person who looks at the National Weather Service numbers every single day. I can tell you that there's a couple things to keep into into the consideration when you're looking at weather policy. One is that those turnaways that we did have already, that was prior to hotel placements. So that automatically gives us 20 more beds once those people get placed into hotels. And we would not have turned away anybody if it was bad weather after the hotel placements. The second thing to really consider is if you look at a comparison of actual shelter and severe weather shelter usage compared to low temperatures, there is a relationship, but it's not a direct relationship. And what we see are, as Kurt mentioned earlier in the presentation, there tends to be a skewing of our turnaways at the earlier part of the season, as opposed to, say, March, where the weather is actually worse. And so, yes, we do know that there are going to be nights where we're going to have a lot of traffic at the shelter because it's just so cold that even the people who are comfortable staying outside, they say, no, I need to be inside. And that's why we have those critical weather triggers established. But it becomes really difficult if you try to put a one-to-one correlation between a low temperature and capacity or usage, because they are not a one-for-one relationship.
Rachel, did you have a colloquy on that? And then we'll get back to Nicole.
Thanks. And I would like to get in the queue for questions as well. But just for this one on a colloquy, I'm struggling a little bit to have like almost a red line version of what we've done over the last 3 years. It seems to me that in 2019, we did 2019 into 2020, we did a pilot where we were going to leave severe weather shelter open every night. And so that's kind of when the change happened. And then that last year, we did that for the full season. We had like 30 and then up to 60 days max. So at some point we started shuffling, temperature triggers as a result of that. So I think 2019, we kept the 32, 38 degrees. But then last year, I thought it was something higher than 10 degrees. So that's my first question on Matt's, or colloquying on Matt, is what was the number for the critical weather conditions last year?
Yeah, so these temperature thresholds have been in place for many years. They haven't changed. One of the things that we did last year, we changed it because of COVID concerns, and that's why we sort of increased the consistency of severe weather shelter.
Didn't we have like a 20-degree threshold for something last year?
So 20 degrees relates to the daytime temperature. And if it's 20 degrees during the day, then the daytime shelter is also open.
Okay. I guess I can reserve the rest for later, but it feels like we're not quite doing apples to oranges with the temperatures and the trigger points here, because we were still using the 30s for something in 2019 and down to 10. And as Matt said, like, I don't know the exact number where hypothermia sets in. I think it depends on other conditions, like whether there's wetness, but 10 degrees seems awfully low.
Okay, why don't we get back to Nicole, and then Lauren, I think, has some, and Rachel will come back to you.
Thank you. And Kurt and Vicki, I just want to thank you for sticking with us. I think what you're seeing is that for especially those of us who were campaigning recently, homelessness was the single biggest issue that we heard about. So I just really appreciate your time, and I appreciate that you are thinking about some next steps to bring back to us as well. I just had a question around some of the use of hotel rooms, and thank you for explaining as well that it really is dependent on the hotels being willing to do this as well. But my question is, we're already seeing a couple of folks turned away now already, as I understand it, due to capacity. It's not really cold yet. So, I could see this increasing, and so my question around this idea of having, a few more hotel room beds available, is that realistic as we get to a point where there may be more people requesting shelter services, would that be sufficient to meet that need? And sort of a side note to that, as I understand it last year, and I think this may still be going on, the federal government was making available some funding for municipalities to get hotel rooms for people experiencing homelessness due to COVID. And I'm just wondering if that's still available and if that's something that we are still seeking as a city.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. Yeah, those are actually the resources we use for that, and we used for that last year. As you may have remembered, we had a very tight budget last year. We didn't have all the new things that we did last year, the CRC, the hotel beds, a lot of the COVID responses. We didn't pay for any of that out of city funds. We were incredibly fortunate to have those resources to cover those things. As far as hotel rooms, I know that our city and HSBC was the first community in line to get those the reimbursement for those hotel rooms. And I can thank Vicki for her efforts in actually accomplishing that as being one of the first communities. Your second question was how realistic is it to get more additional hotel rooms? I don't know the answer to that right now. I do know that there was negotiations that went on to get as many beds as we could, and that's how it exists now. But certainly ourselves or the shelter or HSBC could look at that again, and we'd be glad to do that.
I had another question around, you mentioned day services as something that you all are looking into and will come back to us with some information about. And I'm just wondering, in the interim, what options are available for folks for day shelter? Because as I understand it, the shelter right now is primarily for overnight sheltering. But as the temperatures get colder, which they will, we've been sort of, in a terrifying way, blessed with a very long fall here. That's been a little warm, but what do we have available for day sheltering options for folks as it gets colder?
So what we'll be bringing back to you are day services and not day sheltering. So day services are, we need to find a facility for that, but that would be programs and services to assist individuals who have been housed, where they can go and go through different classes or supports around various things that they're facing. The city of Boulder had a day shelter. I think it closed. I think it was around 2015, 2016, if I recall. There was a lot of complaints from the community around that as well at that time. I wasn't here, so I don't know the details of why that wasn't continued. I think when the strategy was put in place and it was approved by the council 3.5 years ago, the approach that was taken is that we have limited resources as a community. We had limited resources coming from federal and state governments. So the strategy was that all resources should be used towards exiting people out of homelessness. And so that's the approach that we've taken. At that time, the system, if I can call it that, was probably exiting 5 to 10 people a year out of homelessness through housing. So we've obviously been able to significantly impact that. However, with that said, we've also put resources into what I would say are emergency services or services to meet the basic needs of individuals. So, that's the balance that we've taken and the approach of where resources get focused.
Nicole, do you mind if I follow up on that? So that was an answer about day shelter. How about the question about what options do folks who are experiencing homelessness have to get out of the cold
Sure.
during the day? So not about shelter,
Sure.
but a place to stay warm.
Sure. So what we actually see in the community, the library gets used quite a bit, and my hat is off to the staff who work at the library, who are very accommodating and helpful for individuals who use the library. The rec centers are another location that is sometimes used. Those are sort of the public locations. And then there's other areas. I mean, there's other programs that people go to. There's things like the Deacon's Closet and that sort of thing, which are sort of a temporary time period during the day. And then individuals go to other public areas.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, this was something that I actually didn't understand as a community member until I started looking into this. But this idea of targeting a lot of resources toward housing, as I understand it, and Kurt, please correct me if I'm wrong, is really coming from federal policy, in that we cannot get as much funding unless we are kind of focusing on this housing first approach. And I'll give you a moment. You look confused, so let me give you a moment to correct me for folks who are listening.
I don't think the decision was made because we wanted to chase money. I think the decision was made is because we believed that was the direction to go. However, with that said, there's and I must say it's grown significantly over the last year, and I think it will continue to grow. There are more resources available around housing.
Yeah.
And that slide that Vicki showed with all the little boxes of all the little vouchers, that slide looked a lot different 3 years ago. So we're quite thankful for that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't mean to imply that you all are chasing money. Just more to clarify that there is a lot more money available for cities to use for looking for housing practices. And so this question is more general, and it's really around whether we have a metric of some sort that we use that can give us an indication of, for the amount of money and FTE that are being invested in different strategies and programs, what is the return in terms of people who are exiting homelessness, who are served by permanent housing, or basically who are transitioning out of homelessness? I'm curious if we have anything that can give us some sort of metric on that.
Yeah, I wish we did have a metric like that. There are national studies that have been done. I wish we had a university or a research organization that could help us with those types of questions. But the research that has been done from other communities shows that it's money well spent getting individuals into housing, and it saves resources overall for the community. They'll spend more on emergency services and incarceration and that sort of thing. And we've been able to show that individuals who have gotten into housing have had significant reductions in interactions with the criminal justice system, and that's a great outcome that we see. But we don't have those metrics to that detail locally.
Or at least recently. I know part of the strategy, and this also predates me, but part of the strategy development program, they did look at the community costs, very consistent with a lot of the national studies that Kurt was referencing. It typically costs the community about $50,000 per person per year to not do anything to help somebody. Whereas if you put somebody in a permanent supportive housing, we can do that for approximately $20,000 per year per person. It's actually slightly lower depending on which type of permanent supportive housing program they're in. Thank you for mentioning housing first. I think that's a big priority. not only nationally, but locally. And why it is part of our strategy is because it is the only proven method of actually exiting people from homelessness is to provide them housing. And all of the peer-reviewed studies show that we do have reductions in those community costs. We have more stability for the people who are in those programs. And so there is multiple layers of return on investment that you can really apply to that question.
I just want to thank you again for sticking with us and answering all of our questions.
Thanks, Nicole. Lauren, you want to go?
Thank you. And I agree with what everyone's been saying. You know, some of the data you showed, especially regarding COVID and the housing options you've created is really great work that you've been doing for our community. So thank you so much for that. I just had, you know, as a new person on council, I have some questions. One of the first is, why don't we follow the HUD standards for coordinated entry, and how do our standards differ from those kind of national standards?
So I'm going to let Vicki answer that one.
So I don't think it's necessarily accurate to say that we don't follow coordinated entry standards. As I was explaining earlier, they're two different things. When we're talking about local, unfortunately, if it was up to me, we would have called our local program something besides coordinated entry because it does create this confusion. But our local program is merely about screening into sheltering, and then there's subsequent programs that they offer case management wise. Coordinated entry, when you're talking about HUD, is specific to coordinated continuum of care. And so the continua of care have established basically this idea of no wrong door. So when somebody's looking for a way to get prioritized into housing, they have this mechanism that's set up. And HSBC very much works with that program in order to place people into permanent supportive housing. I mentioned earlier the case conferencing sessions that we do with Metro Denver Homeless Initiative. That's part of the coordinated entry process. And we're working off of something they call a one home list, which is their priority list that's ranked throughout the region, but specific to Boulder for our conferencing, and with some pre-established priority criteria. And they maintain the homeless management information system, which is a requirement for coordinated entry. And so we feed into that, but we're very lucky locally that we have our own separate coordinating entity that can then dovetail into that, and we can handle a wider variety of needs. But CE screening, the local program, helps collect data. It's self-reported data, but it gives us a better window into what a person's needs are, so that the case manager on the shelter end can then work with them to get them into that priority list and work with the broader coordinated entry. And I know that was super confusing. So if you need further detail, I'm certainly happy to provide that offline.
So Lauren, the other thing that I would add is that while we use both systems, there was a decision made at the beginning of HSBC to create this system, partly because we're not able to get the information and the data that we need as a community. And the majority of data that you will receive over your tenure as a council member will come from the system that was developed by HSBC. It really helps us understand what's going on locally. And I think you may have seen on your campaign trail that a lot of individuals in our community are asking for information and why policy decisions are made and that sort of thing. We wouldn't be able to do any of that or answer any of those questions really without the system under HSBC.
Yeah, I get that. And I think that, it's great that we're trying to collect that data. I think one of my concerns comes from just that, when you're showing the turnaways, that we're seeing fairly consistently, 1 or 2 people turned away pretty regularly. It was like almost, it seemed like every other day at least, due to not wanting to participate, or, what you had up there is because they weren't going through coordinated entry. And so I guess, assuming that it's not the same people who are coming back 3 days later and, getting turned away again, that adds up to a sizable number of people that we're ultimately not serving. And that when you combine that with the fact that a lot of the, your average shelter stay is 4 to 5 days, it just makes me wonder, is 1 day really the right, or 1 night stay without going through coordinated entry the right marker? Or if we shifted it to 3 nights or something, could we essentially have a better balance between the information that we needed to collect and, serving people who just need the shelter for a couple of nights? But
one thing to note on CE screening is that it's fairly quick. It's a pretty basic screening mechanism. It's not particularly onerous on the person that's going through that. And as Kurt mentioned, the shelter makes it a pretty readily available, either by phone or at 909 Arapahoe, or even in the conversations that they're having with people who are actually at the shelter. And so there's a lot of communication that happens through our outreach groups, where they're talking through what CE is, why it's important, how it's basically painless, but it helps us tailor the needs to the person who's coming to our system for help. And so that's why we feel like it's a critical need to get people processed through that CE screening, because it does help us in those endeavors.
Yeah, and I absolutely understand that. For me, it's just a question of balance and where that balance is. But we can talk more about that maybe offline. I'd love to see what the questions actually are. Let's see, my next question. You had some information about housing for people with lengthy criminal records and drug addiction, and I was just wondering sort of what the timeline is that you guys have, that we're looking at in terms of when those new housing will be operational, or what your closest guess is.
We just closed on our first unit, I think 2 weeks ago, and I think we have allocated to create 8 units over the next 6 months.
And is that for both of those programs, or is that?
Okay, that's for those who with a lengthy criminal history. But I'll also note that there's a parallel program, and they also work together under Judge Cook's direction, and they also have navigators that are working with similar individuals. So it's really to add on onto that program and strengthen that and create more opportunities. That's something that we've already been doing for the last couple of years, but it's an area where the need is, the number of individuals are higher than we're really able to serve, and we really see it as an area that we need to strengthen and increase capacity. So that's the approach that we've taken with that. So the second program, if I understand you correctly, is a program or an idea that we started about a year ago. We're currently in the process of drafting an IGA between ourselves and Boulder County. That IGA will be coming to council probably in the next 8 weeks. or so. That IGA will cover the relationship that how Boulder and Boulder County will work together to provide residential meth treatment.
Thank you. And then here's another data question that's probably going to be hard to answer, but do we have the ability to track frostbite and other injuries related to exposure? One of the things, like in construction, sometimes contractors are required to keep really low injury and death rates to qualify for particular kinds of projects. And typically the way they go about that is by trying to understand, record, and fix lower level injuries. And so I'm just curious if we try and do, or could try and do anything along those lines.
So we could inquire with Clinica and Boulder Community Health to see how they track that. And I don't know if they would have that information or not.
Yeah, that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up, Matt? Okay, I think let's let Rachel go next and then come back to you.
Thanks. Those great questions so far tonight. And I will echo thank you to Kurt and Vicki for sticking with this. I did suggest at CAC that it was going to be longer than 30 minutes.
Just a little bit.
No one.
Has it already been 30 minutes?
The council clock is off by an hour, so we're all sitting here thinking it's 10:30, and I think it's actually only 9:30, so it's a big win. Okay, my first one's for Nuria, actually, just a kind of an aside. Vicki mentioned that we were increasing the number of sharps containers available, and we had talked a couple months ago about increasing trash containers available. Did we make any movement there?
I think it is one of the things. Sorry, I apologize. It's one of the things the new sort of encampment cleanup team is thinking about as we're looking at what other services we can offer. We're actually working with our IT department to actually figure out metrics on what are we doing to provide safer and cleaner places, and that cleanup and those containers are happening. So we'll circle back and give you specific answers to that in a soon update, I hope.
Okay, thanks. For Kurt, I think you had answered that, or maybe it was Vicki, there's not like really a one-to-one temperature to shelter utilization rate because we kind of front load it, like people come earlier in the season. Have we thought about at least increasing the number of available beds on the front end then? Like if we know that more people are coming in the first couple snowstorms, can we increase that?
Yeah, so I think the timing of the hotel beds was somewhat initially based on the resources that we had, but it was also based on looking at the data of the usage of the shelter. But I think if you look back several years, regardless of the number of beds, and it's worth noting for the new council members that the Boulder shelter for the homeless is actually designed for 160 beds. But that has been reduced as a result of public health guidance. So it's been at 140 beds for, I think, since the summer or spring of 2020. So hopefully we'll be able to go up to 160 beds at Boulder shelter at some point in the future if the whole world gets a vaccine, and that will make our life easier as well. Remind me what.
I was wondering if we could front load hotel bed numbers.
Yeah, so I think it was based on what we were seeing as the numbers. But what I wanted to mention is every year in the fall, regardless if it's cold or not, we have capacity turnaways regardless of what, even when we had the 30th Street shelter. In fact, we had more turnaways when we had the 30th Street shelter. But we always have turnaways in the fall. And what Greg Harms had told me a few years ago, which seems to be correct, is that many people in our community are trying to understand what the capacity is and where they're going to settle for the winter. And often that is, according to what his experience was, is that that's triggered by those turnaways in the fall. It's for a number of individuals, we're sort of testing, is this a place where they can spend the winter or not? And the fall is a time where that sort of occurs. We could have front loaded them another couple of weeks and we may not have had the turnaways. I don't know what the other results of that would have been though.
Okay, I'll ponder that. Thank you. Following up on Mark Wallach's question about 176 kind of additional beds, because it's definitely awesome that we got 176 people housed last year, and applaud you and your staff and everyone who worked on that. Do we know how many, I understand that homelessness is up nationwide. Do we know how many people are newly unhoused in the last year?
In our community or?
Yeah, if 176 fewer beds are needed because we housed, I assume there are some people who now need housing who didn't a year ago or who continue to need it.
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. I think for one of the other initiatives that was started in February of this year, which you're aware of, is the evictions work that our department is doing. And I know they're preventing a lot of evictions within our community. That's been a very successful program, and we'll be able to give an update to council on that if you would like, particularly after we've completed the first year. So I think one of the challenges that we're in right now is that we have a point in time count. That's a count that's run under HUD. It's run nationwide, where the number of individuals experiencing homelessness are counted on one particular day in January every year. That didn't happen this year because of COVID. And so any information we would have on that would really be opinions, and it really wouldn't be based on data. We do know that in Denver, there's been a pretty significant increase in homelessness, and we haven't experienced it to the degree that Denver has. And some weeks it feels like it's a lot more than it was a year ago, and for some weeks it feels like it's the same. But I don't have any data to say whether it's 170 more individuals or not. And it's also difficult because there's so many individuals that come and go throughout our community, which makes it challenging to track that.
Okay.
And as Kurt mentioned, some of it is very nebulous. It's very difficult to get some of this information. So one of our best proxies is actually that CE data. It doesn't capture everybody who's experiencing homelessness in our community, because as you mentioned, there are certain people who do not choose to engage with CE. However, it does give us some indication of the flow of people who are coming, who are either new to homelessness or new to our community. And what we saw at the beginning of COVID was a pretty rapid increase in people who were experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the community, coming from other locations such as Denver, and which makes sense if you're worried about contracting a disease, and your other option is a more tightly compact, higher population. You're going to go somewhere where there feels a little bit safer. Then we saw sort of a leveling out, and actually probably a little bit of a reduction. We're starting to see a kind of uptick again right now. So that can kind of give you an idea of the trending that we have going. The other piece of that, of course, is around the impact of the economy on homelessness. One thing to keep in mind when you're talking about single adult homelessness is that there's usually a significant lag time between the time somebody is evicted and they actually end up experiencing homelessness. And so because people are going to use all of their support systems before they actually hit actual unsheltered homelessness, or sheltered for that matter. So we haven't really seen the impact of that, and we think a lot of that has to do with the number of prevention programs that were established, either through the county or the city. And so building up that safety net hopefully then does keep us from seeing what some of the other communities in the nation are seeing.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's see. This is sort of a grim question. I apologize, but on slides 10 and 11, I think you talked about people exiting homelessness, and you had a graph and the different types. Do people that die who are unhoused, are they considered an exit? And if so, where is that captured?
No, that's not an exit. An exit is a program where people arrive somewhere.
Okay. Thanks. And then I guess I noted when we were looking at the bar graph on deaths, I think that since my tenure in 2019 started, deaths in the coroner's report have trended up. I think maybe 15 and 13, and we're up higher than 7 out of the 8 other years that were presented in there. So it in that way, it feels like we're moving in the wrong direction in terms of deaths of unhoused people during at least my time on council, and just wondered, is there a hypothesis? I understand that it is it's a hard on a body to be unhoused, and that explains some of these deaths, but I don't know why it's trending up.
There's a number of factors that go into that. The increasing national age of people experiencing homelessness can impact rising numbers. I think you cannot discount the growth of meth usage. There are, just as you mentioned earlier, homelessness in general is going up. These are typically people who are living in a situation that have a significantly lower lifespan. And so all of those factors kind of go together that could help explain some of that increase. But again, it's very difficult to get actual causation.
Okay. Well, it just didn't look like it was hitting all of the cities to the same degree as City of Boulder. So I was just wondering if there was any explanation for that. And then just a couple more things. I wanted to, I guess, plus one Bob's idea about more hotel nights potentially and not capping it at 20. I would, I guess, agree with Matt that 10 degrees feels a little bit arbitrary, and would like more information on how that number is arrived at. And, if there's a number that's more tethered to like when hypothermia sets in, or something that makes sense for why we would choose that as the number. And then I'm intrigued by Lauren's questioning around how we got to one night for coordinated entry, because again, if we're looking back a couple years ago, you could go to severe weather shelter any night it was cold and not need to do coordinated entry. So by shifting to limitless nights, but it's really limitless nights as long as you do coordinated entry after one night, there is something a bit lost in the translation. And I understand your goals of wanting to, kind of nudge people into services, and it's a helpful goal. But if there are, as Lauren suggested, an average of 4 nights for most people, and there are people who are resistant to sharing that data, for even though it's a light lift and low barrier, it sounds like it is still a barrier. And on the cold nights, if we're limiting people to 1, that feels a little bit like that's worse than we had with severe weather shelter on the limited nights for people who don't want to do coordinated entry. That's all my questions. Thank you both.
I think, Matt, you had a follow-up?
So my follow-up actually has to pertain to wind. And in particular, 2 nights ago, we had regular gusts to 60, occasional gusts over 80. For reference, that's a Category 1 hurricane. And so I'm curious, has wind at any point fit into what is considered a critical weather trigger for people to be able to seek services and get sheltered out of what is effectively a Category 1 hurricane, which we get roughly about a dozen to 15 of those events per year, for reference.
It has not.
It was a factor for the original severe weather shelter criteria when we were on weather trigger.
Rachel, did you have another one?
Just one more, one request, or maybe a request for not a 5. I find these discussions really helpful, and we had this, I think, in 2019 maybe. We got the coroner's report, verbal presentation and update, and then, or maybe it was last year, but this came initially as an informational packet, and I find this more helpful, so just wanted to make a request that we continue with the presentation rather than the IP, which allows us some back and forth. So if maybe we could do a not a 5 for that for future years, I would like it.
Great, thanks for that, Rachel. I certainly would find that valuable. I find this very valuable. Do people generally feel like this kind of interaction is important? Okay, looks like we got a lot of nodding heads, so we'll maybe consider that for maybe a little less than a year from now. Maybe we can plan on having another discussion update. That's yeah, great. Thank you. So I just have one comment. These have been fantastic questions and points. I'm very impressed with you all. We've got a great group of people up here on this dais, very knowledgeable and curious, and with great compassion for our unhoused community. So I've learned a lot, so thanks everyone. My one comment that I want to make is just about the need to have some kind of overflow capacity during the sheltering season. So, we last year we had very few turnaways for capacity, which was great. I would just like to make sure that we do everything that we can to minimize or eliminate, hopefully eliminate capacity turnaways, so that folks have a place to get out of the cold during this winter. So I really appreciate the hotel strategy that you're utilizing, and I thought the comments, Mark asked a question and made a point, and Bob did as well, and then other folks chimed in. I'll agree. If we can expand that hotel room program somewhat to avoid those turnaways, I think that's very worth doing. Whether that's, I don't know if it's adding 5 or if it's saying, well, let's start with 30 and only have, and then maybe 10 or 15 reserved for the critical weather threshold. I'm not sure, but I feel like if we should do whatever we can to prevent those turnaways. And hopefully the hotel strategy is sufficient for that. But if it seems like it's not going to be, that we be keeping in our head the looking at other options to give folks a way to get out of the cold this winter. So I'll just put that out there as a comment, and feel free to respond to it if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron, and we'd be glad to look into that further.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Any final thoughts? Yes.
Aaron, if I could say one more thing, which I wanted to mention. Often when we're in a conversation like this, council members and community members think that we're the people behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz, and we all of these decisions and policy things are made actually through Home Solutions for Boulder County. It's a collection of a number of individuals who work in this every day, and they work in different aspects of homelessness. And it's really a collaborative approach. We have an executive meeting every month. It's a public meeting. I would invite any of you to join one of those meetings. We look at the data, we look at our policies, we look at the new initiatives that are going on, and we're always wanting to refine and improve the services that we provide. And we know that there's shortfalls in the services that we do have now. We know there's areas that need to be strengthened. We also know that our programs are much better than they were a year ago, and they're better than they were 2 years ago. And it's the efforts of HSBC that really drives this work, which Vicki and I are obviously part of. But it's really a collaboration with the county and with the city of Longmont.
Thanks for that reminder, Kurt, and we very much value those partnerships with the folks around the county. And yes, Nicole.
I just wanted to make one comment, Aaron, to your kind of summary of our conversation, which is that I think the hotel rooms, it's a good strategy for us to think about. My concern with that is that at the point where we start realizing we don't have enough capacity to get people out of the cold and save lives, it's not as if, Kurt and Vicki can kind of go and coordinate solutions really quickly, especially county level solutions to address that issue. And so I'm just, I'm feeling a lot of urgency, particularly given that we had a death just a few weeks ago. And I'm just wondering, what is our approach there, given that things cannot turn on overnight?
Great question. Kurt, can you respond to that?
Yeah, I think that's a question that we receive every year at this time from council and community members. Sometimes we do move on a dime, but it is, as you mentioned, it's very difficult, particularly finding additional beds. The COVID Recovery Center started with 5 days effort. It was a huge lift to do that. That's not something that we can do on a regular basis. So our approach has really been to create as much emergency shelter as we can, but then get as many people as possible out of the shelter to create rooms for other individuals to stay there. And so one data point, and I appreciate all the questions about data tonight. Our focus has been for the last 3 years, particularly around those who have been chronically homeless for a long time and getting them exited into a better solution or into housing. Those individuals typically use a lot of shelter nights. They're not the ones that use 4 to 5 nights a year. They're the ones that use 60 to 100 to 150 nights a year or more. And when we get one of those individuals into housing, it frees up a significant number of beds for the individuals that are using 4 to 5 nights per season.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll just reinforce Nicole's point that I think that is to have something in the back pocket, maybe in an emergency that could be stood up. Hopefully that you can keep that in mind and work on that.
We've heard that. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks so much. So Vicki and Kurt, it was a fantastic presentation, both the substance of it and then of course all the work behind it that you and your team and your partners are doing. So enormous thanks for all of that and for all the great answers to the searching questions tonight.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, are we good on this item? Okay, great. So I believe we have one more thing. Alicia, is that right?
That is correct, sir. Item 7, I'm sorry, my apologies, got stuff everywhere. Item 8A, which is matters from the mayor and members of council. It will be discussion on future in-person meetings and 2022 meeting day.
So, Nuria, who's talking this one over?
I believe that this is one where council wanted to speak to it, but I can certainly start and talk a little bit about in-person meetings or not, and share with you a little bit about where we have been as a staff on that. So far, we remain...
You might move your microphone.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. So far, we remain in high transmission across the county. We are very cautious and I think have been very successful as a city in taking precautions. So as we move forward, the previous council body had agreed to sort of a certain cadence of meetings. At the time, we were thinking of continuing study sessions virtually to keep CAC virtually, and we are not yet, in our estimation, ready to open our doors to the public because of the high transmission rate. We have tried, I think, and I hope, and we'll hear feedback and improvements, always open to improvements, but our last 2 meetings, this one included, have been in a hybrid format. And that has been interesting for all of us, I think. We offer that we can continue in that hybrid format, but out of, I would say, deference to our staff concerns, who have many small children, they're very concerned as children are now getting vaccines. We are remaining as a skeletal crew here in council, and we defer to you all on whether you want to continue to meet in person, whether you want to do hybrid meetings, or whether we go back to having virtual meetings until our COVID numbers get better.
Great. So I guess we'd put it out to council to see how you all feel about that question. Bob?
I think it's the will of council as to whether we meet in person or virtually. The one thing I do feel and I'm fine either way. One thing I do feel somewhat strongly about is I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where some council members were virtual and some council members were in person. I think I would suggest that we all either need to be one way or the other, because I think it puts those who are on the screen at a disadvantage. That's exceptions for traveling or vacations or whatever, but I'm talking about during COVID. So I think we should make a decision to either all be in person or all be virtual, and I would hope that you all would support that. But I'll leave it to those of you who have some concerns about whether you want to go to virtual or are comfortable with in person.
Good. Thoughts? Other thoughts? Mark, you seem to.
Yeah. I'm a little hard pressed to see the benefits of an in-person council meeting when we don't have the public, when we're still getting requiring members of the public to testify virtually. We all have our own situations with respect to that. I have a family member who's immune compromised and is very concerned. Also, as a message to the community, it seems a little incongruous for us to be coming together when, to some extent, we're telling the rest of the community, stay apart and be careful. It seems to me as if we are ignoring the fact of the matter, which is that we're in a high transmission environment. And I'm not sure we're sending the right message by saying, everyone else should be careful, but we're going to come here for dinner and chat for about 4 hours. So I think for me, I would probably prefer to return to a virtual meeting until, not beyond the time when we can return, but until it is, the facts on the ground are such that it's appropriate for us to return and actually be able to sit here without a mask on and talk to each other. Not that I don't really enjoy wearing a mask; it's delightful. But we look like a group of criminals.
Other thoughts, Rachel?
I like Bob's idea of sort of all or none. Either we're all here or we're all not here. I found last week a little bit awkward from this vantage point too for that, and I'm sure it was awkward from the other side, and probably weird for the community as well. So, to Mark's point, it's going to be better when members of the public can be here. I do though see value in this. It's much easier to have hard discussions when we can look each other in the eyes and read body language. And the last 2 weeks, I've definitely seen high value, I think, in being together. And I think that there's also value to. I had my mask up and down while everybody was eating, but to communing around a meal as members of the same council. So I would lean towards continuing to do what we're doing. And I think that in terms of, I think you were maybe saying hypocrisy, being here and asking the community, to not do what we're doing. I think we all checked our vaccine status to be eligible to come in here. We're all wearing masks. I assume we're all wearing them, appropriately and covering all of our, nose and mouth. And to that, to the extent that we're doing that, I think that we are actually role modeling what the community is supposed to be doing. And I think that we may be wearing masks for a while. So I'd come back, stay back.
Maybe I'll call on myself if people don't mind. Just that I do feel like there is a value to the in-person. I think the back and forth where we're seeing each other physically benefits. I think we all benefit from that in terms of the discussion. So I appreciate that aspect of it. I think by being a vaccine verified event, I think we're within public health guidelines, and I'm okay with that. But that being said, I would say that if any one of us does not feel comfortable from their own health, for their own health, the health of their family, or feel like we're doing anything inappropriate from a public health standpoint, I'm perfectly fine going back to virtual. And nobody should feel bad about saying that. So I'll just put that out there. It looks like, Nicole, you had, and Junie?
From last July, I believe, when we were trying to get back in person, I still hold the same perspective that because of what we hear, the cases are going up, and we're not modeling the right thing to the community. And I understand Rachel's perspective. It's good to see you today, and I hope to see you again, and I hope I can look into your eyes many more times, but I just don't think, we should be back in person right away. And also, I think it would be to the detriment of some of our members here if we were to come here in person, knowing that some of us have family members who are immunally compromised. So I think we either need to go back virtual or have a hybrid process. But as far as coming back in person and just saying all of us are back here, knowing that it's not good for the health of some of our council member, it just sends the wrong message.
Nicole and Matt?
Yeah, I would just say, as somebody who does have a child at home who's too young to be fully vaccinated, and also deals with some conditions that make him a little more susceptible than the regular population. This makes me nervous. It makes my husband even more nervous. So that, I just from that perspective of trying to, keep our families safe. And the other thing that I will say is, I know I'm not alone in, up here as having children who are too young to be fully vaccinated, but, our staff as well. And, for me, I think about that too. It's not just a risk that I'm, putting on my family, but it's also what we're doing to the staff who are here as well. And that just doesn't feel great. And it also, to Junie's point, doesn't feel like we're modeling appropriate behavior for the community. And the other thing I think about is, we all have relatively quick commutes to get home after these meetings. That's not true for everybody else who's here in the room. And, one of the things that we know about health is sleep is really important for keeping your immune system strong and things like that. So that's just another thing that I'm thinking about as we're having this conversation, is just what it is that we're doing when we're asking people to stay here late, commute home, and then, they're back up early in the morning for work. Is that, adequately keeping folks protected to the degree that we could?
Thank you.
Well, I just echo what Nicole said and others have sort of said. And as another parent who has an unvaccinated child who just doesn't even qualify for the protections, for me, it's also thinking beyond just my children, and the fact that they're at an age where if anybody gets COVID, that impacts 2 or 3 dozen other families in the community. And so just thinking about the impact of other working parents who then have to take PTO or sick time, who probably maybe don't already have it because of previous quarantines, that spillover impact for me is not worth the risk, not just to my family, but that collateral impact to so many others. And so I think we need to also, in terms of modeling behavior, I think that's one of the things that is just thinking beyond our own personal direct impacts, but those that spill out into the community in those capacities as well, especially with young kids who can't keep their hands out of their mouths.
That's great. Well, if I can join in, this is not something that I think that we should vote on by a majority vote. I think with the concerns that we're hearing, I think it's pretty clear we should go virtual, go back and be completely virtual for the time being. I know we only have a handful of meetings until the winter break. So I don't know, Nuri, what's your thought? Should we go virtual through December and then see how things are going?
I think that would be wise. I know that our public health partners are forecasting perhaps some increases now with the holidays. And so with the break, revisiting the issue in January when we see what the impact of that has been and whether or not our hospital bed capacity has also gone down. So we can revisit this and bring it back in January.
Are people comfortable with that? Okay, great. See lots of nods. Excellent. And then we got a thing about the meeting days. Maybe I'll talk about this one. For years now, I have felt that council would be a more manageable commitment for the city councilors and for city staff and potentially for community members if it were on Thursday night instead of Tuesday night. Just because of, I mean, here we are at 10 o'clock and, you know, everybody has to go home and go to bed, and then tomorrow is Wednesday, and then you have the kind of whole rest of the week to get through before you get to the weekend. But also just for the rhythms of it's right after the weekend, we have CAC first thing Monday morning. I think it forces city staff members to work over the weekend to prepare for CAC. And so it's just kind of a tough rhythm for everyone involved. So I felt for a while now if we could shift them to Thursday nights with CAC, potentially Tuesday afternoon, something like that, that I think our whole flow as an organization could work better. So wanted to see what people thought about that idea, both on council and from staff perspective. So I don't know, maybe we could start from a staff perspective and then see what council thinks.
Sure, and I appreciate it. I think it's something that perhaps on staff many would welcome as well. There are a lot of logistics we have to figure out, right? There are meetings on Thursday that are already standing meetings. There are boards and commission meetings that we'll have to look at, but certainly if that is the will of council, we will go back and put a plan together and make some recommendations.
Good. Thank you for that flexibility. And I see, Mark, did you want
I support it as well. I wanted to ask Nuria just maybe a follow-up question. I know you probably can't predict right now when we could implement this, but when do you think you'd be able to come back with the plan to implement it?
Let me get back to you so that I don't push staff in a way that's not inappropriate, but let me circle back before the end of the week and let you know.
Okay.
Mostly it's a heavy look at what meetings are standing and then contacting particularly boards and commission members, because we're going to have to shift them over to a different day altogether. So let me just circle back with you and give you sort of the preliminary estimate of when we'd come back before the end of the week.
Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing? From a procedural perspective, it actually does require an ordinance change, so and changes to the rules of procedure as well. But so it would take some time to do that.
Jeannie, and then.
Thank you, Erin. I just want to add, I fully support moving council meeting to Thursdays. My only worry or concern might be the boards and the commissions that we have community members who have already decided they are serving on this date, which are, let's say, Thursdays. And I wonder what will be the impact of that on them. So I think that might be something we might want to make sure that we consider for the next appointment for boards and commissions, because for those people who are already in their terms, we want to make sure that it's something that is okay with them. You know what I mean? It doesn't add any more pressure, because we on council we know it's Tuesday and we sign up for that. But I think for boards and commission members, we need to really consider their thoughts and the impact of moving to Thursday on them.
Great point. Lauren, did you have?
Not sure how many of us are, me? I'm not sure how many of us work full-time, maybe not a lot anymore, but for those that do, Thursday would be awesome.
I think, so my question would relate to when the packet comes out, just because if that ended up being like Monday, I think we're going to still have the same pressure on staff in terms of the amount of effort that goes in over the weekend. If not more, it would probably.
Great point. That's one of those things that have to be worked out. But I think, speaking as a council member, we probably need a weekend in between the packet and the meeting.
So I appreciate that, and what we would do is go back and work backwards. If this was happening on Thursday, then what needs to happen when, as we think about it. And so we'll certainly bring you the whole recommendation that includes what to expect.
Are there any objections to the idea or further thoughts?
It's not exactly on this, but the consent agenda 4A, where I couldn't find my notes that have disappeared on the 2022 council meeting calendar, was actually a different point. So we want to get through this, and then I'll circle back to that.
Well, just say, so far I'm hearing support. Does anybody have an objection, or are there further thoughts? Okay. Sounds like people like the idea, so good. Yay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yep.
To Sandra's point about regarding ordinance rules changes, I wonder if we could get that going. You know, we don't have to fill in the blank on the effective date, but maybe we could go ahead and do the first reading, second reading, you know, get that legislation out of the way in December, and then in the meantime, Nuria can come up with a plan about when that could actually kick in. If folks want to go ahead and get that business out of the way.
I mean, if you're saying in December?
Well, I'm just thinking, what I wouldn't want to do is have a situation where Nuria puts together this really great plan and says, here's the effective date, and then we say, oh, I guess we have to pass some rule changes and some ordinances, because the ordinances take us, you know, first reading, second reading takes us a few weeks. I was just wondering if we can go ahead and get.
Well, we can certainly coordinate together,
okay,
so that doesn't happen. But I just don't want to commit to a date.
Okay,
this
as long as it's coordinated.
Yep. And I'll make sure to do that to make sure that we're coordinating, because we do already really well. But I'll just say, too, that I don't imagine that this is as quick as a 2 or 3 week turnaround. I know Planning Board, for example, and I know you all know, meets on Thursdays twice a month, and that will be a lift to shift around and identifying and making sure we've got all of that covered. So while I don't think it takes a year, for God's sakes, I don't think it'll be as quick as 2 or 3 weeks. So we'll have time to coordinate with legal and bring that forward.
Rachel, what was your other point?
So it was on, when we looked at the calendars, there's 3 days set aside for boards and commissions, and the engagement subcommittee has been talking about whether we might be able to do that a little differently this year, so wanted to lift that up now before it's kind of too late. Our observation is that it's a lot of staff time, it's a lot of council time to be in person 3 evenings within a week. And it doesn't seem like a great process from the applicant's perspective. So I would probably turn to a couple of our new council members to weigh in on that. But like one thing we had thought of was, you know, we're basically asking people live to answer the same question, and then they go down in a line of 5 people and listen to the other 4 answers and then answer in groups of 3. Could we instead ask those 3 questions like in video format and just say, you know, take 2 minutes and answer them and watch that on our own time? I think it might be better for staff, council members, and applicants. So I'm sure that we could, there are probably other ideas as well, and you know, we would have to make sure that there's a way for people who don't have access to a computer at home who could still come here and tape their interviews or whatever, but just wanted to see if there might be interest in taking those 3 days and doing something different with them.
So, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so Rachel and I are on the engagement committee, and we're going to be bringing back to the council in December, I think, isn't that right, Sarah? Some engagement recommendations. This is kind of like a sub-part of that, and this is something we wanted to bring forward pretty soon because we're going into board and commission applications in a few weeks, and we didn't want to like suddenly in February saying, oh, we're not going to do interviews. So we wanted to start to get a sense from you. We can talk about it again in December. I get a sense from council whether they would be receptive to the idea that Rachel mentions of recording answers to questions by video, and we would make sure that's equitable so that people didn't have recording devices. The city would provide those as well, in lieu of live interviews. There's other board and commission reforms I think that we'd like to bring forward as well, but we wanted to maybe bring this one forward this year, which means we probably need to make a decision on this sometime in the next month or 2.
Can I make a process suggestion? So this is a really intriguing idea. I think very much worth talking through. But rather than maybe getting everybody's responses to it right now when we've just heard it, maybe we could put it under a matters item, you know, in a meeting sometime in the next few weeks.
We actually have it on. We just want to give you a preview.
Great.
It's coming up on December 14th, is that right? Yeah, December 14th. We just want to give you early warning.
Thanks for thinking about that. Good, and then I think one last thing, coming back to the CAC question, I think that's just a scheduling. We heard from well, maybe Nuri, you could say, you sent me something, but about in terms of getting Rachel's CAC spot filled.
Oh, I did. My understanding, and I'll look to Chris, our resident historian, to make sure I'm saying the right thing, is that really if someone couldn't come to CAC, they could really ask for, call for a replacement. It is something that certainly you can do if you know it now. And then Alicia was suggesting as well, who is queen of all things clerkdom, that she could certainly work that out and send a notice to folks as we move forward. So we can handle it in a variety of ways.
We'll be looking for the CAC rotation sign up as well, so we could do it at the same time. That would be my thought, for Emily to send out the notice, and it would include the next few weeks. Because we don't have a CAC next week, so we do have time to get a substitute for, either the next few meetings till the end of the year, or if you want to volunteer for just one, and then we work it out that way. But whatever works for everyone's schedule. But we do have a little bit of time to work it out.
Great. All right, Alicia, do we have anything else?
No, sir. This is the end of your first meeting as mayor.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. It's fantastic to have such phenomenal new colleagues on council, and very excited to all work together. Any final comments before we gavel close? Mark? Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.